Just a heads up, Mark. I don't know if you noticed, but your mic is not muted.
Thank you. I'm going to do it now. There we go. Maggie's having some technology issues. She'll be with us in just a second. Thank you. I think we're missing Tom Gorns too, aren't we? I don't see his name lit up here.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm going to text him right now. Thank you.
Mark, Maggie's joined us.
Okay, yeah, Anna, I see Maggie's there.
Yeah, I was having trouble getting on. It kept saying you've got to restart your computer, and I knew that would take a while. So it finally
Well,
let
thank
me.
you.
So that there are 4 board members present, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I know. Give me a second here. Sorry. I can't see me, can you? Send it. Oh, I'm not muted. So again, I'm texting Tom Gorins. Sometimes he has a little bit of technology issues. Just all right.
Tom is also connected.
Video.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, there he is. Okay, good.
Right.
All right. Let me get my notes real quick. We've got all 5, right, Anna? It looks like.
That is correct.
Hey, Miss Wright, can you turn on your camera if you have one? If you don't worry. There you go.
Yes, I'm here.
So we got everybody. Who am I missing? You guys good?
We're good.
Tom. Hey, Tom, can you turn on your video too? Do you have video, Gorins? There
Actually,
you
thought it's on.
Okay, maybe your camera's not working, but as long as you can hear us, that's good. All right. Ding dong, we good to go, Anna?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to the alternate meeting for the Board of Zoning Adjustment for June 14, 2024. Welcome to the June 14, 2024 Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting. We're all meeting virtually this morning, and we will have a hard stop at 1 o'clock or maybe a few minutes before that. And we will take a break sometime this morning. In the meantime, Anna, will you kind of get with us and tell us how we're going to conduct the meeting today? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to describe this virtual meeting for everyone participating, everyone online. There are two main categories of people participating. We have attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are all of the board members and all of the city staff members. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in participating in a case, you're going to use the raised hand function when the chair or the BZA secretary calls the case to let city staff know that you wish to be promoted to that panelist position. For everyone participating, there is a black ribbon on the bottom of your screen. If you're using a computer or an app or a web browser, there's a hand icon that says raise hand. You're going to click that icon to raise your hand. When the promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion, and that is going to appear very temporarily that you've been disconnected, but please don't panic. That is just Zoom reconnecting you from being a attendee to a panelist. If since you are joining us via the app or a phone or a web browser, please change your username to your legal name. This is going to help with the promotion process. If you are joining us via a standard phone line, we understand that you can't change your username, but you can still participate in the hearing by pressing the star followed by the number 9 key. This is going to, in effect, tell city staff that you wish to participate on a case. At the time of the promotion, you will need to turn on your camera and your microphone so you can be sworn in. If you are not actively giving testimony, we ask that you keep your microphone muted to minimize audio disruptions. This is the following is going to apply for all testimony. The BZA secretary or the representative is going to identify you when it is time for you to speak. You are going to be sworn in. Applicants will be given 15 minutes for their presentation, and everyone else is going to receive 2 minutes if you're representing a single interest like yourself, or 5 minutes if you are representing an established organization, neighborhood association, HOA, nonprofit, etc. You will hopefully be hearing an alarm when your allotted time is over, so please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear that alarm. Please, no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to have any exhibits, have those ready to share your screen. Exhibits will be a PowerPoint presentation, photos, maps, etc. And this is another reminder that the chat box in Zoom is only to ask questions about the agenda, the logistics of Zoom. Merits of the case cannot be discussed in the chat box. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my overview of the virtual meeting.
Thank you so much. Before we start to review the cases, I would like to swear in all city staff members who are presenting or testifying today. If you are online, please turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn. Anna, let me know when everyone's ready.
Alec. Okay, everyone's. Yep.
Okay, great. Here we go. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Anna, please call the attendees.
Anna Naniski, I do. And then I'll roll call. Andrew.
Andrew Clark, I do.
Genevieve.
Genevieve Kahn, I do.
Connor.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Alec.
Alec Gustafson, I do.
Stephanie.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Thank you, everyone. I'm not going to turn it over to you so we can call the cases, starting, it looks like, with number 16.
That is correct. First item that we will review today is docket item 16. This is case CD SCP 2024-6. This is a request to renew a special use permit to allow for gasoline and fuel sales in District B3-2. This is a commercial zoning district on about 1.1 acres. generally located at East 27th Street and Prospect Avenue for 2641 Prospect Avenue. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case. You are the applicant. Please raise your hand on Zoom now so we can admit you. This is also a reminder for anyone who is interested in this case as well to please raise your hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. The applicant has been connected.
Great. Let's see, sorry. Okay, is the applicant Mr. Baghdadi? There you are. Sir, turn on your microphone, please, so you can respond.
Can you hear
Thank
me
you.
now?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Good morning to you, sir. I need to
Good
swear you
morning.
in. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
My name is Riyad Baghdadi.
Perfect, sir. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Typically, I'll be there in just a second. Yes, 1 to 9. We need to admit those to hear your case today. Do we have your approval to admit them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Clark. Andrew, tell us about the case.
Good morning, Chairman Evetts and fellow board members. I will share my screen and begin docket number 16. Okay, before you is docket number 16. This is CDSUP 2024-6. This is a renewal of a special use permit at 2604 East 27th Street. It is located within the heart of the city area plan boundaries and the 3rd Council District. You can see here outlined in yellow, it is zoned B3-2, and it is on the northeast corner of East 27th Street and Prospect Avenue. Roughly 5 years ago, the applicant received approval to build the gas pumps and store on the left side of your screen. And here's a view looking southeast from Prospect Avenue. It is important in this photo to see the sign and how monument sign and how close it is to Prospect Avenue. Here is a site plan. Nothing has changed since the original plans were approved by the BZA years ago. The applicant is seeking a 8.8-foot 6-inch variance to the required 10-foot setback for a monument sign. And the applicant's statement of practical difficulty is that this is required due to the tight site property lines, limited setback from the public right-of-way. The applicant could move the sign or use a wall sign instead of a monument sign to obviate this variance. And the applicant's request is, to correct myself, the applicant's request is not expected to produce a substantial change in the neighborhood's character or substantial detriment to adjoining properties, as it is far away from the residential zoning district. And as you can see here is a site plan showing the setback of the proposed monument sign that has been since erected. The applicant will need to continue to work with the Kansas City Police Department on addressing operational questions that KCPD had, and KCPD is working with the applicant to improve the dumpster screening to meet SEPTED principles. The City Plan Commission did recommend approval with conditions. The condition that the applicant resolve all KCPD corrections prior to approval from the BZA. The applicant has requested that they have 1 year to resolve these corrections with the KCPD, as the special use permit can be revoked at any time. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Baghdadi, why should we approve your request today, sir?
This is an extension to a pre-approved special use permit. We already have it. We just finished the building there, and the business is open. It opened about 6 weeks ago. the building and the development. Actually, it's a great addition to that site. You know, as you can see in the pictures, you know, it improved the site a lot and makes it looks really nice.
And do you have any issues, sir, with the conditions proposed on this
No,
request?
I don't have any issue with the conditions. We will meet these conditions.
Staff members, I meant to ask you before, board members, should I say, do you have any questions of staff on this issue? All right. Mr. Baghdadi, I do like monument signs over pole signs. I'm glad there's no pole sign there.
We would love to
And,
keep the monument sign the way it is now. It's easier visible. It's easier to read than a wall sign through the traffic. And the topography actually, the pictures shows it a little bit, but the topography is this sign is higher than the street. So it's not really as obtrusive as it might seem, because the difference in elevation is obstruct the setback from the street. So if we really set back more than that, you won't be able to see it from the street. It will be hidden due to the difference in elevations. I don't know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baghdadi. Thank you. Board members, any other questions, comments, or motions, as I like to say?
I do have a question. This discussion about the monument sign, is that at all relevant to this special use case permit that we are reviewing now, or would the applicant have to come back to get a variance for that?
Mr. Clark?
The variance is included within the special use permit application.
Understood.
The condition that the CPC put on it was that he meet all the police department's requirements before we approve it. So I don't understand it, but now he's asking for a year to do these things instead. Is that
staff's determination is the site has been under construction for years, and the police reviewer for this project is currently out of the office. Speaking with KCPD, their primary concern is working with the property owner to raise the dumpster gate. So staff just believe that because of the proximity of this site being across the street from the police station, that within the year, the owner and KCPD can work together on what KCPD needs to see from a crime prevention element.
so then how long is this SUP?
The staff's recommendation was 5 years since the site just opened a few months ago. So it has not
happened in a year if they don't comply with the police requirements.
Then the SUP could be revoked.
Okay, so staff will monitor that?
Yep. We work with the KCPD reviewer on all of our projects. So if they're getting resistance from the property owner, staff will recommend that will revoke the SUP, which is already within the criteria of 88-525 on special use permits.
Okay.
So if we were to make a motion, we would need to amend the fourth condition to basically say that within a year of approval.
That is correct.
Okay, well then I'd be willing to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Yeah, on docket item number 16, case number CD SUP 2024-00006, I move that we grant the request to approve the renewal of a special use permit to allow for gasoline and fuel sales in District B32 with the conditions laid out by the CPC, the City Plan Commission, with the amendment of condition 4 would be that the correct site plan to state the existing zoning is B32 prior to or actually, oh, it'd be condition 3 actually. That the developer shall resolve all KCPD corrections within a year of our approval.
Perfect, Mr. Hayes. Thank you. Do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Moran.
Does that, it wasn't me, but does that include the variance? Wouldn't you also have to say something about the variance? I don't really understand it being included in the SUP, isn't? Mr. Clark, don't we have to approve the variance?
I believe the variance is a condition. If I pull up the
Correct, or excuse me, condition 5.
correct.
That he'll get a variance or that we're approving? I don't get
The
that. 'cause
variance is
variance
attached
a
to
separate thing.
is attached to the special use permit.
Okay, I've never heard of that. All right. Okay, thanks.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Motion by Hayes, second by Ms. Moran. Anna,
Ms.
please
Wright.
call the roll.
Corrance,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your request is approved, Mr. Baghdadi. Have a good year, sir. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Appreciate it. Thank you
All
for
right.
your help. Thank you for your time.
Anna, docket 17.
This is case CD SUP 2024-14. This is a request to approve the renewal of a special use permit in District B4-2 on about 1.2 acres, generally located at Van Brunt Boulevard and East Linwood Boulevard. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant, please raise your hand now. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item to please raise your hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing.
Good morning. I'm Patricia Jensen, representing the applicant, and also I believe online is Andy C. Miller, who is with First Street Development.
They have not made themselves known, and I don't see them in the list.
Okay, Anna, I think we should be able, this is relatively simple, so we should be able to move forward.
Understood?
All right. Ms. Jensen, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And again, name and firm, please.
Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue, here today on behalf of the applicant, First Street Development.
Thank you.
And I have no objection to the exhibits.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Clark again. So Andrew, take it away.
Thank you, Chairman Ebbets, and good morning again, fellow board members. I am Andrew Clark with City Planning and Development in the Development Management Division, and I will be presenting docket number 17. This is case number CDSUP 2024-14. This is the renewal of a special use permit for an eating and drinking establishment and drive-through facility. The site is located at 3026 Van Brunt Boulevard in the 3rd Council District. It is located at the intersection of Linwood, East 31st Street, Cleaver Boulevard, Hardesty, 40 Highway. As you can see, this intersection is a bit of an interesting one. It is also on a development node, and that is the intersection of 2 boulevards. So the BZA did see this case about 2 years ago. The applicant needed a special use permit because it is 150 feet and adjacent to a boulevard, in this case 2 boulevards. The applicant also was seeking several variances with this special use permit application, and they did work closely with the Public Works Department and Parks Department as there are proposed infrastructure improvements for this intersection. It is about 1.1 acres. It is zone B4-2. Here is the finished product of the Taco Bell that I again would have to thank Andy C. Miller and the project team for working so closely with staff on making something that really works for everybody, including the applicant and most importantly, the community. Staff is not putting a time limit on this application due to the amount of investment on this project, as well as the coordination between Public Works and Parks. The applicant gave right-of-way to the city to allow for future improvements. So staff and the City Planning Commission have recommended approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Board members, do you have any questions of Mr. Clark? Seeing none. Ms. Jensen, why should we approve this project today?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, board, as Andy has stated, the applicant has worked closely with staff to make sure that this will be an asset to the overall community, along with meeting all of the city's requirements. Our special use permit was granted 2 years ago. It permitted us time to actually get everything constructed and to do exactly what the board had put on as conditions. That has all been accomplished. And we received the certificate of occupancy on May 25th, 2024. And therefore we would request that you approve the special use permit application without a time limitation, as Andy has covered, because we've done everything the city has asked us to do and have invested greatly in the community. I do have a PowerPoint. I'm not gonna present it unless you have further questions.
Me personally feel it's pretty straightforward. Board members, do you want to see the PowerPoint or do you feel comfortable with the presentation?
I'm comfortable with the
I-
presentation.
Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
I was gonna say I'm fine to go without Ms. Jensen's presentation. I do have a quick question for staff. Sorry to bug, but I understand that we would require a special use permit because of being adjacent to a boulevard now. I'm just curious why the initial special use permit was required.
It is on a development node. So again, it is the proximity to the boulevard, not only a park as well.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions of either staff or Ms. Jensen? If not, motions?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms.
for
Wright.
Docket number 17, case number 14, to approve the SUP at 3026 Van Brunt Boulevard in accordance with the staff report and the conditions.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. Anna?
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Hi.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, Ms. Jensen. Look forward to having some tacos and burritos there soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We're jumping 18 because we did that the other day, and I think we're on number 19.
That
Miss
is
Anna?
correct. Okay, we've got case CD BZA 2024-41. This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence to be greater than 4 feet in height on a vacant residential lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.16 acres, generally located at 1310 Paseo. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. I see the applicant has already raised their hand, so I am promoting them now. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular case to please raise their hand on Zoom so we can list you for the public hearing. The applicant, last name Franshaw, has been connected, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Anna, anyone else in the audience on this one that you see?
No one else has raised their hand.
Thank you. Mr. Franshaw, there you go. Turn on your camera and microphone. I'm asking you to please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name again for the court reporter, please.
My name is Jacques Pierre Francois.
Thank you. Francois, did I hear that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I want to address you correctly, sir. There is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 as part of your case today. We need to admit those so we can hear your case. Do we have your permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin of city staff. Connor, tell us about the case, please.
Okay, today we have CD BZA 2024-41. And just to make sure you can see my screen, correct?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So we're at 1310 Paseo in an R05 district. Applicant is seeking approval of a special exception for a fence on a vacant residential lot to allow that fence to be greater than 4 feet in height, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. The property directly to the south of the yellow highlighted section is common ownership. This is part of the plan that was submitted to me. That red line indicates where the fence will be going, as well as you can see the labels of existing fence. Here's another image of a plan that was submitted. This is the fence material that is being proposed. It matches what already exists around the home itself. This is another image of that fence material. The variance request is a special exception of 2.5 feet to the maximum height of a fence on a vacant residential lot to permit that fence to be 6.5 feet in height. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Vacant lots generally aren't fenced off. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Questions of Mr. Tomlin from board members?
Yeah, I had a question. Is the fence that's already at the adjacent lot the same height that's being requested for the vacant?
Yes, I
Okay.
believe that is correct.
Yeah, I'm planning to use the fence that's running currently down the side of that lot. So it's existing fence that I'm going to take from the side and actually stretch across the front, and then the new fence will go across the side and the side next to the building, the apartment building, and along the back of that lot. So the front will be all the same existing fence that's about 75 years old.
Wait, you said the fence, sir, is the fence 75 years old?
Yeah, my
Mr.
great grandparents and grandparents built the house, and I'm the 4th generation in it.
Okay. And when did the fence that's 6.5 feet, when did that go up, sir? About?
I want to say it was probably, I know this house, they started construction like 1950.
Okay.
And so it's been up. I mean, I was born in 80, so it's been up all my life.
All right. And why do you need to fence the vacant lot, sir? I can't remember why you said.
So I bought that land, and it's now a part of the house.
Yep.
So it'd be just an addition to my house. I've been fighting off. I've been maintaining that lot since I moved here to take care of my grandmother. I've had to chase a lot of homeless people off of there and do a lot of cleaning. But it's just going to be like, I plan to stay in the city. It would make it easier for me when they come to cut the grass, to just have that one giant lot versus right now they have to come in the back of my lot and then go over there and cut the grass. But it just makes the yard easier to maintain for me. But
right.
I intend for that all to just be part of my house.
Okay. All right. Board members, questions of Mr. Francois?
I have a question of staff. Has the board ever approved anything greater than a 6-foot fence?
Not any cases that I've had. I'm not sure if there's been others before my time with the city. I'm not sure if Honor to maybe shed light on that, but I'm not sure personally.
Okay.
And one other thing, this is just going along the same lines. If you look at the properties at 1016, 1110, 1116, they all have the same size fence, similar material currently on the Paseo.
Yeah, that was my question too. Maybe, I don't know if maybe codes were different then and how they were allowed to even construct originally a 6.5-foot fence. Because I'm not sure if we've ever approved anything like that. I think the fence design, when we did allow variances above 4 feet, we wanted the spacing in between. But we usually ask for like a 5-foot fence. But I can see the difficulty and the hardship would be for him is not being able to use existing fencing for cost reasons. Because it sounds like he's going to use fencing that's already along the house to just extend it out. But shorten it to a 5-foot fence would be more costly for him because now he has to buy a 5-foot fence as opposed to just using existing materials that are already there.
And if you look across the street from the house at those apartment buildings, those are 8-foot fences. So I have 6.5 or greater height iron fences in the neighborhood already. And it's just one of those, I think we may just predate some of the existing codes, but I just want to keep the historical look of the house as it was a bed and breakfast during the Negro and Baseball League. So it's my great grandparents ran it that way, and I'm just trying to preserve the look and the nature of it.
And I agree with Miss Wright. I agree with Miss Wright where she mentioned that the fence has been there for a long, long time. It is a wrought iron fence that you can see through. So normally we would want you to reconsider the fencing, but given the historical nature of the fencing, I don't really have an issue with the extra 1/2 foot to match.
Mr. Francois, so just so I understand, the goal here is essentially just basically to expand your side yard into this other lot, and you want to extend out the existing fence to cover that lot.
That's correct.
And you've matched the material and such as best as you could.
Yes. So the materials again that will be in between that yard and the apartment building that's there will be the material that you saw, and it actually matches. If you look at the other side of me where there's a car lot, it's they have 8-foot fences, but it's the match of that at 6.5 foot so that it would fit my existing fence line tops.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think this makes perfect sense. Although we don't often approve higher than 6 foot, I think that it kind of makes sense in this situation. So, yeah.
Connor, do the plans show that this is the wrought iron style fence?
Yes. In the staff report, there should be 2 slides showing that fence material. And it was stated on there that it is 6.5 feet matching the existing fence.
Okay. So if someone in the future were to put up a solid wood fence, we could go cite them because they're not complying with this, right?
Right. If you guys were to approve this on the basis of matching the existing material, that is something that could be done in the future.
Okay, so the existing material and height.
Right.
Okay.
So we would make the motion with the condition being that the material remains similar to what's already existing.
So Maisha, are you making a motion or you just?
Yeah, I can make the motion. I just want to be clear before I start.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it should say the material and spacing and height match the existing fence.
Okay. Then I would like to make a motion on docket number 19, case number 41, that we approve the special exemption on the to permit a fence at 6.5 feet high with the condition that the material, spacing, and height remain the same.
Similar to what's existing.
Similar to what's existing, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Do I have a second on that one?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moran. Anna?
Torrance,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Mr. Francois, your project is approved. Good luck with it, and thank you for coming before us on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you. All right. Number 20, Anna?
Docket item 20, case CD BZA 2024-20. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum width of a driveway plus any additional variances on about 0.305 acres, generally located at 7707 North Wabash Avenue. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant is being promoted now. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item, docket item 20, to please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing.
Anna, and before you do that, on my staff report for this particular case, it has Franklin School as the staff report attachment. It says 09 ZDB. I don't know if the others are seeing the same thing. Maggie, you're pretty
Yes.
good.
Let me triple check. I'm not seeing the same thing.
I have it on mine. It does say Franklin School.
Maisha, what'd you say? Is yours
Yeah.
working?
No, mine
You've got-
has docket number 9, Franklin Elementary
Yeah,
School
Franklin
as the project
School.
name.
All right.
Yeah, it does appear that the wrong staff report got uploaded to Compass Casey. Elward, how would you like for us to proceed?
Well, without a staff report, or these driveway things are kind of sensitive.
Is there a staff report available?
To email to the BZA?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, we could maybe skip this one, allow for
Yeah, do you mind doing that?
order
It
to
takes me a
happen,
while
and then-
to get those
and then come back to
deals.
this
Could
case
we
once-
jump up one to docket 21, and Anna, maybe you can send us all out 20
Yep.
staff report.
Yep.
And we'll take the next, we'll take 20 after we do 21. We'll come back to this Wabash address in just a second. So,
Okay. I'm going to call docket item 21. Elizabeth, just hang tight. Docket item 21. This is case CD BZA 2024-48. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum size of an accessory dwelling unit to permit an ADU to be larger than code requirements, plus any additional variances on about 1.53 acres, generally located at 2308 Northwest 53rd Terrace. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant for this item, please raise your hand now. The applicant has been connected. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 21 to please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Hey, Larissa, would you mind turning on your camera and microphone to be sworn in? Thank you. And the gentleman to your right, if he's going to give testimony, he needs to swear in too. You
Yep.
okay? Raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
I do.
Okay, state your name again for the court reporter, Larissa.
Larissa McLeod, I do.
Travis McLeod, I do.
Thank you very much. Travis and Larissa, part of your case is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. We need to admit those to hear your case. Is that okay?
Yes.
Great. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Connor, tell us about it.
All right. Today we have docket 21, CD BZA 2024-48, located at 2308 Northwest 53rd Terrace. It's in an R75 district, and the applicant is seeking approval of variances to the accessory dwelling unit standards to permit an ADU larger than 800 square feet and to also permit its location to be located in front of the primary structure, plus any additional variances as needed. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself, outlined in yellow. These are plans that were submitted to me. On the left-hand side, you'll see that there are 3 structures on the property, and then on the right hand, there's a bit X through one of them. The one on that right-hand image, that red X is being demolished. And then those 2 buildings that remain at the front of the property, the one on the left-hand side is to serve as the primary residence, and the building on that right-hand side is to serve as the accessory dwelling unit. You'll also see the square footage on that left-hand image at 1488 square feet. Variance request A is a variance of 688 square feet to the maximum footprint of an ADU to permit the maximum footprint to be 1488 square feet on the subject site. That is an 86% increase from the standard in the code. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Properties in this area do not contain ADUs larger than the standard if they do exist. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. Variance request B is similar, a variance of 688 square feet to the maximum floor area of an ADU to permit that maximum floor area to be 1488 square feet. Similarly, it's an 86% increase from the standard in the code. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Properties in this area that have ADUs typically aren't larger than the standard. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. And then finally, variance request C, a variance of complete deviation to the location of an ADU to permit that ADU be in the front yard of the property. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood as is anticipated. ADUs generally are not located in the front yard of a property. Difficulty cannot be obviated through a change of design due to this building having already been constructed prior to these individuals purchasing that property. The only way to obviate that would to be design or obviate the design would be to demolish it and reconstruct it entirely in the rear yard. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlin. Mr. Tomlin, what's the lot size on this one, sir?
If you give me just a second, I can look that up. Give me just a moment. That lot size is about just shy of 67,000 square feet, 1.5 acres.
Okay. All right. Board members, questions of Mr. Tomlin or staff?
Yeah, if I heard correctly, the ADU is already constructed.
Yeah, so I'll allow the applicants to speak more to the situation when they purchase that property, but it's my understanding coming into this that all 3 of these buildings were constructed on the property at some point before they purchased it, and they're now trying to demolish that one in the back and repurpose that one in the front.
Okay. All right. Any other question? Go ahead.
What I don't know how to word this. What variances and such would be required for the applicant to, instead of classifying this as an ADU, to subdivide the lot? Like, is that an option?
So it was an option to subdivide the lot and then have just a principal structure on each lot. However, and I'll allow the applicant to speak to this, they were running into issues that made that more difficult and time consuming than seeking a potential variance to have it as an ADU. But I will allow them to speak to that. They're the ones that have encountered those struggles.
Fair enough.
All right, Mr. and Mrs. McLeod, tell us why we should grant your request today.
So we purchased this property back in November, and nothing was told to us that it was not in compliance with zoning when we purchased it. So this was all news to us. These properties were built, the main primary structure, it was built in 1956, and this secondary structure that we're trying to classify as an ADU was built in 1977. So it's been there for quite some time. The back house was also built in 77, but it's not in livable condition. So that one's gonna come down. The permits are already in place for that. So we did want originally want to subdivide the lot and just have two primary structures on two lots. However, when these were built, they were put on septic systems, and in order to subdivide the lot, each lot has to be 3 acres in order to be on septic. The closest city sewer is quite a long distance away because nobody is on city sewer in that area. And so we'd have to go all the way down the road and across Line Creek in order to tie into a city sewer line. So not really feasible. It was going to be probably $60,000 to $80,000 just to get city sewer for that. So we have jumped through a lot of hoops to try to get this in compliance with the city. We want to do things right and have two nice houses that were there. They've been just vacant and had a lot of squatters and bad people living there for quite some time. So our plan is to make them nice and livable and housing for people in Kansas City, because we know there's such a shortage, and we're willing to do it right. And we want to just have everything in compliance with the city.
So may I speak as well?
Yes, please go ahead.
So on the square footage of 1,400 for the house, we're looking at ADU. I don't know if those numbers are accurate.
Yeah, the public records that we have show that it's 902 square feet.
902 square feet.
So it would only be a 102 square foot variance.
Yeah, because neither one of those houses are 1,400 square feet.
I just had 1488. That's what was submitted to me. So I don't know.
Sure.
Obviously, you guys have had more time to do research since these plans came in,
so we did have the septics. I had a septic company come out and camera the lines. Excuse me. Because initially the city had told us that both of those houses were on the same septic. So I did have a septic company come out and camera those lines, and they do both have their own septic systems. So at one point, somewhere along the line, those houses were separate addresses and were, the parcel was divided, but somewhere long before we bought it, they made that one parcel with 3 houses on it. We've got a very large, the neighbors are extremely happy of what we're doing to the one house, the primary house right now. We've started doing a little bit of work on it. We've put new windows on it, new siding, new gutters, cleaned up the yard. There was just a disaster all around the house, tree limbs down, which we've trimmed a lot of the trees. When we first got there, I found a sign on the window that said, no more out-of-state investors, we're watching you. And that was one of the neighbors that now I have become friends with. Found out that he was the one that put the note on the window, because he said that people just kept buying these houses and they would never do anything with them. And then they got a lot of squatters and, as he said, crackheads in there. And he said you could always tell when the shipment of drugs would show up, because there was people out in the yards numerous times digging holes, unclothed, naked. So with what we're doing with the houses, the neighbors are extremely happy. We've made a very serious improvement on the primary house right now. And like I said, and like Connor mentioned, the house up on the farthest back on the hill is not in livable condition. So we do have permits for demolition, and we've hired a demolition company to do that. With Compass KC being down, that's kind of put a delay on getting the permits, but I spoke with him earlier this week. He did get those permits. He's waiting on Evergy to come and terminate the power so he can do that demolition. So yeah, we would like to make these houses nice. The original intent of this is my father is elderly now. He's 76. And my sister is letting him stay with her, and he has lived with her for quite some time now. She's been taking care of him, and the poor girl, she's a saint. Like she had my mother live with her for a long time, and I went to Oklahoma and built my mom a house so she could move out. My sister could have kind of a life back. And then 2 weeks after she moved out into her new house, my dad moved there from Omaha and moved in with her. So my sister at this point, she's like, you've got to do something to help me. You know, she's like, I've had mom and dad living with me now for the last 8 years. So our intent is to have that ADU house granted so my dad can move into that house, and he can be close to us, and we can help take care of him.
Thank you for your comments there, Mr.
Yes,
McLaren. Board members, any other questions of the McLards?
So the variance request that you're making is for 102 square feet for the ADU?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Staff, would it be possible for us to verify through like county records or something the correct square footage on that property?
It is possible if they are out there. I don't know if they're out there myself, since this 1488 is the original estimate that I had for this, but if they have verifiable records of that size, that is something that we can request.
Yeah, we did find that it's on the Platte County plat map. It shows the 3 different structures, the main house being 1,200 square feet and the second house being 902 square feet. The third house was 564 square feet.
Yeah, so you can.
And I can share my screen if you guys want to see. I have it pulled up if you guys want to see that information.
Okay, so the one you're requesting a variance for is the 902 square feet?
Correct.
Yes.
And staff, does that equal a 102 square foot variance? What's the allowance?
Yeah, so 800 is typically the maximum.
Okay. It was less. All right. Sounds good.
We're not able to change the footprint of that house that we're seeking the ADU on. It has a stone foundation. So as a general contractor where I do a lot of work like that, the minute we tear into a stone foundation, all the stones become loose and you lose the whole structure.
Yeah, I will say, as one board member, I am typically uncomfortable, granting these huge variances for ADU square footage. But I understand things can get pretty weird here in the southern part of the Northland. And I understand the difficulty in subdividing the lot with the septic and sewer situation and reducing that variance down to only 102 square feet. Considering those circumstances, it sounds pretty reasonable to me. But again, I'm just one board member.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Wright, or Miss Moran, sorry.
On docket item number 21. Oh, my dog. Case number CDBZA 2024-48. I move that we grant the request for variance, but in the amount of 102 square feet to allow an existing dwelling to be used as an accessory dwelling unit in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. Anna?
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye.
I just wanted to make sure, because the variance was for 2 things. It was for the size and then also for the location, since it is slightly in front of the main structure. So I just want to make sure they were both approved.
Okay, well, I'll make another motion because I left that out.
Just want to make sure.
In the same case, and now my dog's barking again, in the same case, I move that we grant the variance to allow the location in the front yard.
There's one more.
So that's been amended. Help me out, legal team. Do I need to just approve this one? Since we approved the other one already?
Is that a separate motion or is an amendment of the first motion?
Well, I was making a separate motion. We can do it either way.
'Cause it seems like the first one approved. It kind of got
Yes.
interrupted.
Yes.
So then you can just have the second motion
Okay.
as a separate motion.
So that second motion is on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Anna, on variance request C, please call the roll.
Gorance,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, McLeod's. Good luck with it, and thank you for coming for us on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
One last thing.
Anna,
on the
I
rest-
see that my email lit up with your staff report. Do we want to go ahead and do that one now? Everyone else, she send it out to everybody? This is on docket number 20. No, sorry. Yeah, docket number 20.
Law,
Yes. Everybody, you good? Are you looking for it?
Yeah, that's fine by me, but I believe Connor had something to say.
Oh, yeah. Connor?
I was just say I didn't know if the McClures were still in here or if they've already left. I was just gonna ask them to send me a revised plan with those revised numbers, but I can send them an email requesting that information as
Okay.
well.
I don't see them lit up here, so I think they're gone.
yeah, I just bumped them back to the attendees list. My apologies.
Okay, that's okay. I'll just send them an email.
All right. Number 21, get rid of that guy. Still trying to find my email. Sorry. There it is. All right, we go and call this other case, Anna. God, that's not lit up.
Law. Oh, we're
Could we actually go on to the next case? I have to review something else for that previous case.
Okay, so
22.
22 then, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we're
Okay.
not doing 20?
We're still holding on.
Okay.
22, case CD SUP 2021-72. It's a request to approve an extension to a special use permit approval date due to the lack of vesting per 88/5/2512 in District B1-1, which is a commercial zoning district on about 1.3 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Raytown Road and East Bannister Road. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner associated with this case, and I am promoting the applicant now. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 22 to please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank
John
you.
Rowe has been connected.
Hello, Mr. Rowe. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Where are you? There you go, John. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
John Rowe, I do, and I have my client, the property owner, here with me, and so hopefully you can see him as well.
I'm Sajid Hafiz.
Okay. And did he say I do? I couldn't hear.
I do.
Okay. And one more time, sir, your name for the court reporter.
Sajid Hafiz.
Okay.
First name is Sajid, last name is Hafiz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rowe, for that clarification. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits in your case. I'm trying to find it quickly, but usually it's labeled 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those exhibits for your case?
I do have just one minor comment on 4, 5, and 7. There's some language in each one of those that refers to due to lack of vesting. And Mr. Chairman, I just didn't know what that meant. So to the extent I needed to object to those few words in each of those, I wanted to be sure that was on the record. And otherwise, I don't have any objection to 1 through 9, except as noted.
Our legal team, our staff legal team, would you please make a comment on that? Thank you.
I think you can note Mr. Rowe's objection and then proceed.
Okay, thank you. It's so noted, Mr. Rowe. And it's just going to take me a moment here to be ready for you. Please give me a second. I was ready and now I'm not. There it is. Sorry. Okay. Sir, part of your administrative exhibits is a presentation by Ms. Khan. Excuse me, by usually
Yes,
I'm better prepared, so I apologize.
You're correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Khan, thank you. Please go ahead and tell us about the case, Genevieve.
Yes, one moment while I share my screen. You're able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. As stated, docket item number 22 is requesting an extension to a lapsed special use permit at 10001 East Bannister Road. The site is generally located in the southern portion of the city. Here's the subject site. The original special use permit that was approved did contain both of the highlighted parcels that you see, zoned B1, and also to the south of this red line is zoned R-80. Just to give you a brief timeline of the original special use permit process, the previous applicant filed the SUP plans in August of 2021. They were not particularly diligent in having their plans revised and following our typical schedule, which is why it took about 8 months for their special use permit to be approved on April 12th of 2022. And then just as an added complexity, on February 8th of this year, the 5th District Council person passed a gas station moratorium for new plans review, special use permits, et cetera, in which this special use permit was previously approved at that time. And then I received Mr. Rowe's application for the extension of approval on March 22nd, which was too late for it to be advertised and docketed for the April BZA hearing. It was originally docketed for the May BZA hearing, and due to some advertisement difficulties and then the city outage, that's why it is before you today. And then I just wanted to point out that the special use permit did lapse on April 12th of this year due to the failure to meet 88-525-12. This is the language in the code that says a special use permit will lapse and have no further effect after 2 years after its effective date unless the building permit has been issued and construction is diligently pursued. There were no permits issued on this site. Certificate of occupancy, again, since there was no construction, there was no certificate of occupancy for the gasoline and fuel sales use on this site, nor was that structure established. Just to remind, I know there were maybe some board members who were here when this was approved in 2022. There is an existing building on the site. The applicant was proposing to add a few gas pumps in front of the building. That plan was approved, as you see here. It did include, again, the canopy for the pumps and then additional parking space to the rear of the building. And then just to show you what the site looks like, this street view is from January of this year. No pumps constructed, no permits issued, and it is across the street from an existing gas station. And I also wanted to note the letter of opposition from the Hickman Mills United Neighborhoods. This was provided to staff after the staff report was posted, but it has been attached to the case in Compass KC. And that concludes my presentation. I can take any questions. And just to be clear, the applicant is proposing a 1-year extension of this special use permit.
And stop sharing your screen, Miss Genevieve. Thank you. There you go. Perfect. Questions of staff, board members?
So the letter of opposition, that's not an exhibit. I don't see that listed on the exhibits.
Correct. It was provided after the staff report was posted, but it has been attached to Compass KC and it is available in the PowerPoint that I just shared.
Well, and it's notarized, so should we add it as an exhibit? Right?
It was part of the presentation. Do we need to do that, legal team?
Yeah, you could. Yes, you could add it as an exhibit.
Okay, great. That will be added. That'll be exhibit number 11 in this case. All right. And Miss Genevieve, could I see the timeline? You had that in a slide in your recent presentation. Could I see that one more time?
Yes.
Thank you. So April of 2022, we approved it. Is that correct? Or is that in 2021, 2022? When did BZA approve this? Because I can't remember this case.
It was approved in 2022.
All right.
Does this
then
moratorium? Oh, sorry.
And Genevieve, so nothing happened between then and February 8th where the moratorium passed.
Correct.
And then March 22nd, Mr. Rowe got involved, request for the extension, and that's why we're here today. Is that correct?
Yes.
And tell me about this red line over here on April 12th. What happened there?
So April 12th is the official lap, the 2 years, as stated in the code. If no construction is diligently pursued or permits issued on the site, then the SUP has lapsed and has no standing according to that section 88-525-12. So that was the official, I suppose the SUP was no longer valid on that date.
Okay. All right. Thank you for sharing. Board members, any other questions on the slide I asked her to display? We all good?
Yeah. What are the terms of the moratorium? Is this covered? I mean, is it legal for us to grant this if there's a moratorium? I don't know do we know what the language of the moratorium is?
We'll let Elward speak to legality of what is in front of you.
I mean, is that moratorium just on council action or would it also include administrative action like ours?
I'm not completely familiar with the moratorium or its language, so I would need to read it and to be able to answer that question.
Okay, well, can someone pull that up while we're continuing this hearing?
I have it.
Who said that? Was that Anna? Who said that?
Sorry, Anna Naniski.
Yeah.
Would we need to also admit this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this ordinance was included by me on the application that we filed, and so applicants' submittals were attached to the staff report. So this is in your record as
all right,
part of what we turned in.
That would be great, Mr. Rowe. We'll give you a chance here in just a second.
I mean, it looks to me like it actually specifically includes special use permits.
And
So I don't
from a
grant-
staff's perspective, if I can add something. So a special use permit that's been vested, that has obtained those rights, could proceed forward with review or reapproval like you've seen today. However, this plan did lapse in approval before the BZA had a chance to consider the extension of the expiration date. And that's even without the outage that happened. So like, let's say if we could have held that meeting in May, the SUP still would have expired before that date. And that a new special use permit to be reviewed cannot occur at this time because of the moratorium. But that's a city planner's perspective of the moratorium.
To me,
Can't
it looks
speak
like
for
we just got to hold this till August. Right? I mean, our meeting in August will be after August 8th.
But we have a July meeting too.
And I think the question for law is, because in the past, that if an extension can only be granted while the SUP is in effect, but can you grant an extension after the SUP has expired?
Right.
So my understanding that a primary question here is whether or not we are granting a new special use permit or we are extending an existing one.
Right, and it's lapsed, so I think it's a new one to me, but
right. Let's let Mr. Rowe take the wheel of the bus right now, and let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Mr.
Rowe, why
Chairman.
should we approve your request today, sir?
Um,
And remember, I love you, but remember the time limits.
Well, and can we just deal with that question, whether we even have authority to do this under the moratorium first? Because it seems like that's before going into the whole thing.
Right. Okay.
Well, I think my answer to that question would be is yes, you have authority to proceed. This is not the issuance of a new special use permit, and that's what the moratorium addresses, new special use permit. This is a request for an extension of the expiration of an existing approved special use permit. So I think you have authority to deal with this issue.
Did we see the code section on lapse of approval? Because I thought once approval had lapsed, it was like you had to start over, but maybe that's not what it says.
See, my read is an approved special use permit will lapse unless one of those four things happens. And we're coming in under number 4. The Board of Zoning Adjustment extends the expiration period by no more than 1 year. Our application for the extension was filed before the expiration of the SUP. So if you were to go back to that timeline, the original SUP was approved April 12th of 2022. It's approved for a 2-year period. So that would be April 12th of 2024. We filed our application on March 22nd, 2024, 19 days before the expiration of that approval. And there's a couple of good reasons for why it didn't lapse while we were waiting to get on an agenda. So no, and there's other authority in the code for this. For example, if you're dealing with a preliminary plat, and this is section 88-545-09. A preliminary plat is approved. You have 2 years to submit your final plat. But then it goes on to say the City Plan Commission is authorized to grant a one-time extension of the 2-year period for not to exceed 1 year. And they talk about extension may be granted only if the request is made before the approval lapses. And you have similar language on final plat, although it's a 4-year time period there, and it talks about recording. So this application was made prior to the expiration of the time period. And it makes sense because let's say we were on the April 9th agenda. And let's say that this cyber attack happened, or I don't know if it's a cyber attack, whatever caused the confusion with Compass and the cancellation of the May meeting. Let's say that happened in April. So all of a sudden, the applicant who would have been on an agenda prior to the expiration of the special use permit gets moved. And then all of a sudden he loses his ability. See, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Or what happens if we're on that April agenda and there's only 4 board members sitting in consideration of that application and the applicant wants to have 5. So now it gets moved in it. So you've gone from being in the time period, outside the time period. So I think those are a couple of examples just to make the point that as long as you make your application prior to the expiration of the SUP, as happened here, a fair reading of that ordinance is that you have the ability to consider this application today.
Yeah, I just think we need an opinion from law department.
I think it would be a good time to go in a closed session if the board wanted to do that.
Okay. I mean, do you have that opinion today or do you need time to research that, Mr. Allegre?
I think it'd be a good time to go in a closed session.
Okay. All right.
All right. Does anyone have the legal language on that one? Because I'm not looking at it right now. It's usually on the front page of your BZA agenda for today.
I move that on this docket item number 22, that the board go into closed session pursuant to section 610.021 parens 1 of RSMO for the provision of legal advice.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna, please call the roll. Where'd you go?
Gorence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Evetts.
Aye. And before we cut off this Zoom session, I'm looking for that link. Does everyone have that? Tom's shaking his head no.
No.
It looks like Anna just sent it.
Did she just
Yes.
send it?
Yep, I just sent it.
Okay, I'll find it here in a minute. Okay, the Board of Zoning will go in closed session, and we'll be back after in a few minutes, probably 5 to 10. Thank you very much.
We'll all mute our Zoom.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Looks like, who are we missing here? We need Tom and Maggie, it looks like.
I'm gonna step away to use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm asking Tom Gorns to come back on live. Board members and city staff will take a break after this case, by the way. Jazz, we're still trying to get Tom. He says he's trying to reconnect.
Looks like he's here.
There he is. Good. I'll take a motion to come out of closed session, please.
I move that we come out of closed session that we were in for legal advice pursuant to 610.021 parens 1.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Anna, please call the roll.
Gorns,
Tom, turn on your microphone. Gorns.
Aye.
Perfect.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We're coming out of closed session pursuant to getting legal advice. Maggie, I think you have some comments for us on this.
I have a question for staff. What was the deadline to apply for the April meeting of the BZA?
Notice of the extension for the expiration date for the special use permit needed to be received by March 8th to make it onto the April 9th BZA meeting.
Okay, and when did they apply? March 22nd?
March 22nd. So they were scheduled for the May 15th meeting.
Okay. The way I look at 88-525, I think the application lapsed 2 years from the date it was approved, which was in April. And so I don't think we have the ability to extend. I'm just one board member, but that's what I believe, that we don't have the ability to extend this, that it would have to be a new application because it lapsed.
I would agree with Maggie's comment.
CPC denied it March 1st, so he could have come quickly with a application by March 5th or 6th to come before us in
Mr.
our
Chair.
April meeting.
Mr. Chair, just to
Chairman,
clarify.
clarification.
Yes, that CPC recommendation was from when the SUP was originally approved in 2022.
I see. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Thank you
the
for that
original
clarification.
staff report was attached, so I understand the confusion.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Rowe, your comments?
Yes, I was going to clarify that. This application doesn't go to the City Plan Commission. I guess I would make a couple of comments to what I heard or what I think a couple of board members were saying. First comment is the Exhibit 1, which is your zoning and development code, contains a provision titled meanings and intents, and basically says that you're supposed to read the ordinance literally and not supposed to read it more strictly than it's written. And so I think a position that this approved SUP lapsed, even though we applied for the extension before it lapsed, is a more strict reading of the ordinance than would be allowed under the meanings and intents provisions. Secondly, I'm assuming that the March 8th cutoff date that was referenced in a previous comment has to do with being able to publish and mail notice of the application that's filed. There's nothing in the special use permit section of the zoning and development code that requires published notice or mailed notice of this type of a request for an extension of the expiration period. The SUP provisions regarding published notice and mailed notice are directed to publish notice of the City Plan Commission hearing and mailed notice of the City Plan Commission hearing for the application for the issuance of the special use permit. This application doesn't go to the City Plan Commission, and there's no requirement that it go to the City Plan Commission. So there's no reason for the cutoff date to be applied here because there's no mailed notice or published notice that's required. Third, even if mailed notice and published notice is desired or required, the ordinance says mailed notice has to be 13 days in advance of the hearing, and we filed 19 days in advance of that April hearing. Published notice is 15 days in advance of the hearing date, and we filed 19 days in advance of the hearing date. So it could have been placed on that April docket.
And Mr. Rowe, we have certain terms and conditions that we abide by. We're evenly matched all the way across the board, sir. So
I'm answering your question.
I just
Mr.
wonder why your client didn't get to you in February, where it had been more judicious in his approach before the expiration of his SUP in April.
Well, my client didn't come into the picture. I know that timeline makes it look like my client was the original applicant and then sat on his hands for 2 years. My client purchased this property in March of 2023 with only about a year left on this. And for the next several months, negotiated a fuel agreement and a construction contract, paid $50,000 down on that construction contract. Tanks are ordered and sitting in the contractor's construction yard. And as they were getting ready to move forward with their construction plans, that's when the moratorium went into effect. So the moratorium basically cut off the last several months of this SUP. And so I think what happened is Sajid went into the City Planning and Development Department and talked to Ms. Khan about whether this moratorium ordinance applied to him or whether, he could move forward, and she advised him that it did apply. That's when I got contacted. I think the first time I met Mr. Hafiz was the 20th of March. And I researched whether there was even an application for this, and I didn't see one. So I contacted Ms. Khan and was advised there is no application for this type of a request, even though it's in the ordinance, and to just address a letter to the board. And that's what I did on Friday, the 22nd. And that's attached to the staff report. So we're not dealing with a situation where the original applicant got a permit and then didn't do anything and then races in, a few weeks before. This is a buyer on a 1031 exchange. Mr. Hafiz had a business in Raytown that he sold, and those of you that might be familiar with 1031 exchanges, you have 45 days to identify a like-kind property. They identified this property and proceeded to purchase it as because it had the SUP to have a fuel. The property he sold was a fuel facility. So they come into the picture after about a year of this special use permit having already run. And then they spent their time getting the Valero fuel agreement, which I've turned in as an exhibit, in place, and a construction contract, which I turned in as an exhibit, in place. And just when they're getting ready to turn in their construction plans, the moratorium goes into effect. And so the ordinance provides that somebody can come in and respectfully ask the board for an extension of that expiration period. And the board has the ability to grant that extension up to a year. And that's as straightforward as our case is here, is we're respectfully asking for an extension because we paid a premium for the property. It's worth more because it has a special use permit. We put $50,000 down with a contractor. We ordered the tanks. They're sitting in the contractor's storage yard. And we're ready to move forward with the plans, and the moratorium goes into effect two months before. If we could have applied for that, maybe we get through Compass in 45 or 60 days, but you can't. So the only option left to protect the substantial investment, not only money, but time, is to ask the board respectfully for an extension of that expiration period. And it was done before it lapsed.
I had a question for the applicant. When was construction anticipated to begin?
Ms. Wright, I had a little trouble hearing that for whatever reason.
When was construction anticipated to begin?
Mr. Hafiz to answer that question.
He is ready to move on this. We have a contract written, and he ordered some tanks, and they are sitting there. And once, we have this extension, we are ready to go.
So I think the more specific answer, Ms. Wright, is that once the moratorium is over at the beginning of August, then we file on Compass KC. And again, I don't know if there are going to be any new regulations, or if the new regulations might require us to go back and do an additional study or revise plans or whatever. There may be some additional time that we need to comply with whatever new requirements come out of this moratorium. So kind of a long way around the barn to answer your question. We're ready to file our construction plans. Compass probably takes 45 to 60 days to get through that. And if there's anything that needs to be done before we can do that comes out of this moratorium, we're trying to build in some extra time for that too. But we've got tanks sitting in the contractor's yard, and the contractor's got $50,000 of our money. We want to move now.
Yeah, that was my concern, being that we are considering the moratorium in place. But even after moratorium is lifted, and say, for instance, if the board decides to grant your extension, you're still going to be in a hold pending what happens after moratorium, what new rules and regulations that will require you to delay construction, where you're back here in a year asking for another extension.
Well, and I don't know what those new things might be, but if they, for example, they say you've got to do some additional study, maybe some study takes 30 or 60 days before you can file your construction plans, and then it's another 30 or 60 days after that to get a permit. So that's why we understand the board's authority is up to 1 year, and that's what we were asking for. But if you start looking at it, if April is the date and we're asking for a year from April, that's April of 25. It's 6 months. It's October of 24. What have you? But we're respectfully asking for that extension to try and protect our investment, and we're ready to move forward once that moratorium is lifted.
I have a question directed towards staff. As far as staff is concerned, is there any precedent for this body approving a extension for an SUP after the expiration date of the SUP?
I am not aware of any instances, but that's not to say that a previous board hasn't. I'm not aware of any since I've been with the city.
I guess, Mark, you've been here quite a bit longer than me. Do you know of any instances of that happening?
I just really can't recall. Maggie was on, as city attorney for a while, and I just don't recall us ever giving an extension to an SUP. If it expires, it expires in my brain. So,
yeah. With that being said, I mean, with the question in front of us being whether or not we prove an extension as the matter in front of us, I think that it's, as one board member, it's my opinion that we are, as a body, not able to approve an extension after the lapse of the SUP. And so to that effect, I would offer to make a motion.
Give us a second, Jazz, just a second. Let Mr. Rowe have a few comments, and then we will entertain that motion in just a moment. Mr. Rowe.
Well, I don't mean to be repetitive, but I guess if the position of the board is going to be that you can't extend after the date in the SUP approval letter, then how do you deal with a situation, as I mentioned before, what happens if we would have been there on April 9th, which is 3 days before the deadline, and there weren't 5 members present, and I'm entitled, or my client's entitled, to a 5-member board?
Well, Mr. Rowe, that's not the situation we have. So
well, but I think those.
No, we can talk about those things all day.
We got a lot of what ifs, Mr. Rowe.
But I think that's why the ordinance says, don't read the ordinance more strictly than it's written. And if there's authority in other parts of the ordinance, those other situations that I mentioned don't say that the preliminary plat lapses and you can't do it. If you apply before it lapses, then the authority is there. And that's what I'm saying here. We draw that analogy. We applied before it lapses, and I would submit that you have that authority.
Well, Mr. Rowe, as you know, if it's included in one part and not in another, under Missouri law, that's a pretty good indication that it wasn't intended to be included in the other provisions. So I
don't know. We'd have to look at the legislative history. And again, I'm not arguing with your board member, Moran. I'm just, my client's in a tough spot. There's only one, there seems like there's only one card to play here, and I think it's pretty clear on the face of the ordinance that it lapses unless the board grants an extension, and we applied before it lapsed. So we've held our place in line.
I understand your client's in a tough spot, Mr. Rowe. I think that's somewhat the intention behind the ordinance of placing a moratorium on a gas station. But beyond that, as the case is in front of us, I'm still under the impression that we aren't able to approve an extension after the SUP has lapsed.
Do you want to make a motion, Mr. Hayes?
Yeah, on docket item number 22, case number CD SUP 2021-00072, I move that we deny the request to approve an extension. I don't know how to word this, and that because the SUP has already lapsed.
Under 88-525 of the code.
Yes, due to lack of vesting per section 88-525-12. Yeah, I think that's everything.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Goritz.
Nay.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Nay.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Evans.
Aye. How's it go, Anna?
Yeah,
Three?
so it was, 3-2.
I believe a denial requires a simple majority.
Yeah, so they need 4 votes in the affirmative to have the extension, but there's not 4 votes in the affirmative.
So yeah, I think the motion passes with a majority.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you,
We
Mr.
can
Rowe.
correct me
Thank
if
you.
I'm wrong.
I think that's correct.
It's my understanding, Mr. Rowe, that we voted to deny the request, and that's what I understand the voting process to be, sir. 3-2. All right,
I'd have to
we're
do a
good?
little research. I respect, as I always have, the decision of the board, but I don't want my silence to be interpreted as I agree with that interpretation. My senses are telling me that the main motion should have received 4 votes and it didn't. And so there's an argument that the main motion under Robert's rules failed. So, but I'm not arguing. I respect the process. You've told me we've lost, but didn't want my silence to be deemed acquiescence.
And that's so noted, Mr. Rowe. Thank you very much. Anna, let's go to the next case. We need to move on. Oh, no, wait, sorry. We need a break. Sorry. We're going to take everyone good with about 10 minutes? I'd rather do 10 than 15. Okay? Okay, thank you very much. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Where's Gorns? Tom, you back with us? Tom Gorns? Oh, there you are. Okay. We got everybody, Anna. Anna, do you want to go back to case 20, the one
Yep,
we passed up?
Yep, we are clear to move on with docket item 20. I'll read it into the record again and clarify that the accurate staff report is available up on Compass Casey.
I agree.
CD BZA 2024-20. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum width of a driveway plus any additional variances on about 0.305 acres, generally located at 7707 North Wabash Avenue. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner associated with this case, and the property owner is attached to the call with us. This is a reminder for anyone else who wants to provide public testimony on this case. Please raise their hand in Zoom now so we can identify you for the public hearing.
And are you seeing anyone as yet?
No.
No one? Okay. Miss Soul, is that how you pronounce your last name? S-O-H-L? Turn on your microphone. Yes? Great. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? I can't hear you.
I do.
Oh, good. Thank you. And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Elizabeth Soul.
Thank you. Ms. Soul, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case. Do you give us permission to do that?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Great. One of those is a presentation by our friend, Mr. Alec, on city staff. Go ahead and tell us about the case, sir.
Okay, I will share my screen quickly. All right, are we all good? You see it?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Alec, thank you.
Okay. All right, so today I have docket item number 20, CDBZA 2024-20, at 7707 North Wabash Ave. The zoning district is R7.5. There we go. It is located just north of Gladstone, in the Northland. Here's the general site off North Wabash and Northeast 78th Street. We are here to talk about the driveway width. It was previously done with a permit that was essentially permitted. They had talked with the permits office and were told to make it 22 feet. It was then built to the original size of 27.5 feet. This is non-conforming by about 5 feet. So it triggered a variance when we found out about the driveway width being larger than the 22 feet that is required by code. So it's a variance of 5.5 feet to the maximum driveway width of the property line in a residential zoning district to permit a 27.5 driveway width on the subject site. It's a 25% increase from the residential parking standards of 22 feet for driveway width. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not necessarily anticipated due to the fact that it was previously 27.5 feet, but that was non-conforming to begin with. However, allowing this 27.5 feet driveway width does make it contrasting and non-conforming to other properties within the vicinity. They are all code-abiding driveways with 22-foot width. It can be obviated by a change of design and reconstruction of the driveway, but this is the variance you have before you, and I'm happy to take any questions, as I'm sure my applicant is as well.
So, Alec, to be clear, and stop
Mhm.
sharing your screen, please, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
To be clear, originally when the home was constructed a long time ago, it was 27.5.
I believe so. I believe that is the case. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Then
may I speak?
hold on, Ms. Soul. And then they wanted to reconstruct the driveway.
Mhm.
And tell me about this permits thing again. Where did that come into play?
Well, so in my research onto this property, there's a relevant case in 20, it's a permit case 37-6. You can see it in your staff report. It was a permit issued for the infrastructure and removal and replacement of the driveway. The permit, our permits office gave them a site plan, pulled it off of Parcel Viewer with a notation that it was to be 22 feet. They were to build it in accordance with our code. As I saw, though, the contractors then went ahead and built it 27.5 feet. So they had already planned to deconstruct the driveway to rebuild it to the same size. They went to the permits office to get a permit. Our permits department told them it needs to be 22 feet, gave them a site plan that said 22 feet on it as a reference for their driveway. And then it was still built to 27.5 feet.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Board members, further questions of city staff? All right, Ms. Soul, why should we grant your request today?
Because we replaced what we originally had. We just made it like it was. The driveway was in major disrepair, an eyesore. And so we contacted our contractors that were working on other homes in the area. We got a quote. They said they would handle everything, and we just replaced what we have. The house was built.
Even though, Ms. Soul, the permits division told you to make it 22.5, why do you think your contractors disobeyed that and went 27.5?
That I do not know. And I believed that they were going to attend this meeting. However, I don't see them in attendance. So, I mean, it's news to me. Honestly, it truly is news to me. So.
Alec, how did we know about this case, by the way? We have a neighbor issue?
I'm not sure necessarily. I believe it was a call that we got, not from a neighbor though. I believe it was sorry, I'm just trying to remember how this came into my hands. I think it was just a review for a permit.
Okay.
And I noticed the variance.
Thank you. Board members, questions of Ms. Soul?
So the applicant's applying for a permit for something else?
No, the permit was for the driveway. If in the staff report, I have it referenced. It was a 2023 permit that they got. And on that permit, I can pull it up and show you the plan, but there was a plan given to them by a Russell Edgar, which he told them and he pulled the plan off of Parcel Viewer and showed them the plan with 22 feet notated on it that he personally wrote.
And then did staff go out and inspect it? Was the permit approved by staff? Did they go out and inspect it after it was built?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. Do we have any kind of picture of this driveway, what it looks like?
Yeah, I can share my screen again. Do you want to see the plans or just?
Let's see both, Alec. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Let's move this along. Thank you.
No, I saw the plan, just what it looks like in comparison to the neighborhood.
Okay, yeah, I can pull up a. So there we have the driveway.
Yeah, we don't see it.
Oh, you don't? Okay, let me. There you go.
Okay.
So in comparison with the other driveways, they're all approximately that 22-foot. Theirs is considerably larger than many of the others. But like they said, they were just trying to rebuild what was already there and make it nicer. So
Right.
So you think it was out of compliance to begin with, Alec?
that is what I was led to believe. I did not find any original permits for the home with this driveway. That's all I know. I believe that it was, but
And what's that concrete path just right there where your mouse is? What's that one?
it was a side drive to the back. I believe there was at one point a garage back there. The calculations on this though do not exceed the 40% impervious surface.
And there's no neighborhood complaints, right? Is that correct?
There was permit compliance in 1993, but no.
And just for clarification, we need to admit the map from parcel view as Exhibit 10.
Thank you. That is it is admitted as Exhibit 10. Thank you. And Alec, one more question on that, view from the satellite. How old was that one? Was that?
That was 2022.
Okay. Okay, board members, questions of Ms. Soul and or staff?
I mean, if it was existing and the neighborhood hasn't complained about it, I guess I don't have a huge problem with it.
I agree.
Board members, motions, questions, comments?
Okay, on docket item number 20, case number CDBZA 2024-20, I move that we grant the request for variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Gortz.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Evans.
Nay. Your motion is approved, though. You did get the request. Thank you, Ms. Soul.
Thank you. I appreciate your consideration and I hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. Moving on, we are at docket number 23, I believe.
Correct. This is case CDBZA 2024-54, a request to approve a variance to the interior side setbacks plus any other needed variances in an R7.5 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, on about 0.44 acres, generally located at 11601 Orchard Road. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case, and I am promoting the applicant now. Charla Reed, if I'm pronouncing their last name correctly. And this is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide testimony on this particular case to please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. We also have the applicant joining us.
See anyone else out there?
Yep, we have first name, or we have a Roy Brown as well.
Oh, looks like he's the applicant.
Correct, and the property owner is Charla Reed. And they are both connected.
Great. I've got to find Roy here in just a second. Uncle Roy, please turn on your camera and microphone, please. There you go. Charla and Mr. Roy, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. Again, one more time, please say I do and state your name for the court reporter.
I do, Charla Reed.
I do, Roy Brown.
Thank you, Roy. And who's going to be speaking on the case today?
I am Charla Reed.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to do that?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Solderi on your case. Stephanie, please tell us about it.
All right. Where is my... Okay. Can you all see this?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we got docket item number 23, CD BCA 2024-54, located on 11601 Orchard Road, zoned R-7.5, and the applicant is seeking a variance to the residential lot and building standards to permit a smaller interior side setback. So the subject site is located just north of Grandview. Highlighted in yellow is the site. This is what it looks like from the front. Here are some pictures from the applicant. And so this variance came about. The homeowners want to put in an extra, like an addition to the house. However, both the house and the addition encroach the side setback. So the side setback is a max of 8 feet, and it goes over by 7.2 feet. Well, it goes over by less than a foot. So here is what the addition would look like from the south elevation and then the east elevation. So the pictures back here kind of show the area where that addition will be. All right, so variance request A is a variance of 0.8 feet to the R-7.5 lot and building standards to permit an interior side setback of 7.2 feet on the subject site. So again, this is a 0.8 foot request for the variance, and the code requires an 8 foot max for that side setback. Change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in design because when the home was originally built, it was built with that 7 foot side setback, making it difficult to construct any additions on the side yard. All right, and then the next, okay, so then I put in a street side setback, just in case the homeowners in the future want to add anything to the other side of the home. So this is a variance of 1 foot and 4.5 inches to the R-7.5 lot and building standards to permit a street side setback of 13 feet and 7.5 feet on the subject site. So this is again 1 foot, 4.5 inches, and the street side setback requirement is 15. Change the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the home was originally built with a 13 foot side setback, so making the home outright non-compliant. All right, and that is it. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stephanie. Board members, do you have any questions of staff? Ms. Solderi? Seeing none. Ms. Reed, why should we approve your request and turn on your microphone? There you go. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a quick 4 slides, if I could present that real quick.
Okay, and we will admit that as exhibit number 10. Go ahead.
Okay. There, I believe that you are seeing that now. As I said, my name's Charla Reed. My husband Ken is unable to join us today. He's in the hospital, but our architect Roy Brown is here for any questions. This is our site plan that shows the sunroom. It's a sunroom, an add-on 3-season sunroom on the side, and including the only easement that's on the property, which is a utility easement along the very back of the property. You can see that our house is sort of built catty-corner to the property lines, which causes a little bit of a challenge. The proposed sunroom is the hatched area of that plan, and we're talking about this corner, which is 11 inches too close to the property line, and this corner, which is 10 inches too close to the property line. This shows what the sunroom would look like from the back and the north side, which you already saw, and the south elevation, which is the fence side that faces our neighbor. The sunroom is going to be dug out down to the level of our existing crawl space foundation that's under the existing house, so it will not be obtrusive. The roof will attach to the existing roof, and the walls will attach to the existing exterior wall. The foundation will attach to the existing foundation. And when that's built, we plan to repaint the entire house so everything matches and it looks like it was built, with the house. The challenges that we face are best described with the floor plan. We have planned a French door from the house that will lead into this sunroom, a deck that attaches to the stairway that gets us from the house down to the back patio and then down to the sunroom. We did receive plan comments about the required bracing for the roof and the deck, and we had the plans re-engineered in response to those comments before we heard back from the zoning review. We had made an assumption, a bad assumption, that the 7-foot was okay. The two corners that are too close to the property line are here, and you can see the 7-foot setback highlight there with the original corner of the house. That's right at the 7-foot point. We discussed the option of pushing the south side of the plan in a foot, but that's going to cause problems with connecting to the existing house and the required bracing. So we would have to change and completely re-engineer the plan again. The red rectangles here are my best attempt at showing just how little of the plan actually requires the variance. It's not the entire side, just those two little corners. And then my final slide, I just wanted to show that our neighborhood is very much used to the structures being built within the setback. We've spoken to many of our neighbors. None of them have any issues with this variance request. Our neighbors to the south, Mark and Renee Sharp, are the most impacted, and they did write a letter and had it notarized, and that was loaded into Compass. They said that they have absolutely no problem with it. They're aware of what we're doing, and they're fine with it. Our neighbors are looking forward to enjoying our sunroom with us, and we appreciate your time and ask that you grant us this 11-inch variance to that 8-foot setback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Board members, do you have any questions of Ms. Reed? And by the way, Ms. Reed, will you please send those 4 slides to Stephanie so she can put those as part of your case file?
Absolutely, yes.
Board members, questions of Ms. Reed? I'll make a quick comment. I've been on this board a long time. I very seldom have seen a homeowner go to that detail with the graphs and the circles and the red boxes. So I appreciate you explaining that to us, Ms. Reed. All right, board members.
I'll say, seems like a lovely idea. Very small variance. And so to that end, I'd like to offer a motion.
I have a question first of staff. I don't understand the second variance. That's something they didn't request?
I might be getting something mixed up because I do have 2 variances that are very similar, but I don't remember if this was during our pre-app or the pre-app with the other applicant that we talked about adding the extra variance just to be proactive for like future things. But if Charla doesn't care too much about the second variances, we can just drop that.
Yeah, I just don't think we should grant a variance that wasn't requested.
Yeah.
Okay.
But remember, Ms. Moran, that the house was not in compliance to begin with, so we have to
I
get
understand. Oh, is the second variance for the
Yes,
house?
no,
being
yes.
complete?
Yeah.
Okay, because you said for some future addition.
Yeah, it's still like it's still non-conforming, but since nothing's being added to it, it doesn't really trigger a variance, but that's just in case the homeowners want to do anything.
Okay, well, I don't, if it's for the house to be in compliance, like, that's a different matter, so.
All right, Mr. Hayes, did you have a?
Yeah, on docket item number 23, case number CD BZA 2024-00054, I move that we grant the request to approve the variance to the interior sideback plus any other needed variances.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wright.
That was Maggie, but Gorinks,
Hello? Yeah, Gorns.
Aye. Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project. Thank you, Ms. Charlotte. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, we're up to 24 here.
Correct, and we are actually continuing this one. So this is a request to continue docket item 24, case CD BZA 2024-21. This is a request to approve a variance to allow a gravel driveway plus any other needed variances in an R7.5 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district on about 3.5 acres, generally located at 9350 Olmsted Road. This is a request to continue to July 10th, as the applicant could not attend the meeting today.
Can I get a motion to continue that case to July 10th?
So moved.
Moran, motion. Anybody second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Gorinks,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That docket item is continued to July 10th. We already heard docket 25. We're now under 26.
Correct. This is case CD BZA 2024-25. This is a request to approve a variance to the monument sign setback standards plus any other needed variances in a B2-2 zoning district, which is a commercial zoning district, on about 0.9 acres, generally located at 8430 North Indiana Avenue. This case was previously heard and continued to this date to allow for the applicant to redesign the subject sign. There is a established quorum, so we will need to confirm with the applicant that they are consenting to 4 individuals because Mr. Meyer is not here today. So this is a reminder for the applicant to please raise their hand in Zoom now.
Yes.
So we can.
Oh, sorry. So Zach was the applicant, but he is not here, so Mr. Chris Grubbs will present for him.
I'm admitting them. This is a reminder for anyone else who wants to provide public testimony on docket item 26. Please raise their hand now so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none, and Chris has been connected.
Hello, Chris, Mr. Grubbs.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing fine. So today we're missing a board member who heard your case before. His name was Mr. Meyer. And so that means you've got to get 4 unanimous votes. If you have anyone who dissents, your case will file. You can automatically continue yours to July 10th, and there you'll have the 5 quorum, hopefully, to hear your case. I plan on being there. Everyone else here on July 10th? You're all shaking their head yes. So what would you like to do?
So we'd have to get a unanimous vote today or continue it to next week.
Yes,
or I'm sorry, next month.
Yes. You could get a dissenting vote next month if all 5 are here, but today you need to get all 4.
Gotcha. Give me a second to look here. Sorry about that. Just realized I'm probably upside down.
Board members, this is the Starbucks case we heard a couple of months ago. And we sent it back to redesign.
Yes, and we've submitted those designs, but I don't want to.
Don't tell you what to do, but it's only one more month and you'd have all 5 of us in front.
Yeah, I think it's probably best if we do wait on that, because I'm familiar with this, but Zach can more or less speak better than I can about it. Plus, with there being 4 and the 5th one is not there today, we can continue this to next month if that's all right with you guys.
That's great. I'll entertain a motion to that effect from one of my board members. Anybody?
I'll make a motion on docket number 26, case number 25, that we continue this to our July date, which is July 10th.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorns. Remember, only Evans, Gorns, Hayes, Wright can vote, obviously. So.
Yep. Gorns.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. Continue to July 10th, sir. Thanks. See you then. All right. Where are we at now? We're at docket number 28.
27.
Yes, 27.
Ready, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I'm ready. Sorry, Anna.
Okay.
Yes.
Docket item 27. This is case CD BZA 2024-57 for 10900 Northwest Old Tiffany Springs. This is a request to approve a variance to permit an accessory structure in the front yard plus any other needed variances in an AGR zoning district. That's an agricultural zoning district on about 29.24 acres, generally located at 10900 Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. I see the applicant has already raised their hand in Zoom, so they are being connected shortly. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 27. Please raise their hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing. Seeing none, and John Johnson has been connected.
Great. Anna, just Mr. Johnson, no one else, correct?
No one else has raised their hand.
Great. Mr. Johnson, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do. John
State
Johnson.
your name. State your name again for the court report.
John Johnson.
Thank you, sir. There are lists of administrative exhibits we need to admit for your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You may.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by our staff, Stephanie Saldari. Stephanie, tell us about the case.
All right, so we got docket item number 27, CDBCA 2024-57, 10900 Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road. This is zone AG-R, and the homeowner is seeking a variance to permit an accessory structure, which will be a barn, in the front yard. All right, so the subject site is located south of the airport. This is what the site looks like right now, and the barn is proposed to go in the open space here, and this is all trees. So this is a rough site plan of where the barn will go, and the setbacks from the property line and the house. And this is just zoomed in so you could see the measurements better. So this is a variance request to the accessory structure lot and building standards to permit an accessory structure in the front yard of the subject site. This would be a complete deviation. So a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Although a barn is not unusual for this area because it's more of a rural area, the homes in the neighborhood don't have an accessory structure in the front yard. However, the difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in the sign due to the rear and side yards being full of trees. So building a structure there would trigger the tree ordinance since the owner would have to cut down trees to place this barn. Also, the recommended future land use plan for the back half of the lot is open space buffer. So building structures on it would go against the future land use recommendation. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Board members, questions, Ms. Saldari?
I didn't see the house on what you showed. Is
Oh.
that existing or
Yeah, here, let me share again.
maybe I just missed it?
Yeah, so the house is right here.
Okay. And what's the
Yeah, right in the
barn
middle.
maybe?
So the house is here. The barn will be about 250 feet in front of the home.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Mr. Johnson, tell us why we should approve your request today, sir.
Sure. I purchased the property about 2.5 years ago, and what attracted me so much about it was the timber in the back. That's really important to me. A lot of nature back there. We've got deer, turkey, fox, all kinds of birds that you can imagine. I've got some streams back there, rock formations, even have a natural waterfall. So behind the home, I really want to leave alone. That's just really important to me. I've got a lot of pasture out front, plenty of room for that barn to go, and also be easier accessible from my driveway to get to the barn.
Any other neighbors who have barns in front yards or any opposition or support of your request?
Definitely no opposition. They welcome it, actually. We do a lot of things agriculturally around here, so we all give each other hands in mechanicking on things and tinkering. So everyone is very happy about it. I don't know of any cases in the area that have a barn in front, but most of the homes, the house is located a lot closer to the road than mine, so they had a lot more options than I'm faced with here.
And one other quick question, Old Tiffany Springs Road, is that 1 or 2 lanes each direction?
1 lane each direction.
So it's a rural road. Okay. Board members, other questions?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Who said that?
I did, Maisha.
I'm sorry.
Want to make a motion on docket number 27, case number 57, that we approve the request for a variance to permit an accessory structure in accordance with the staff report.
Thank you, Maisha. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project, sir. Thank you for coming before us.
Thank you all very much. Take care.
Okay. Keep on going, Anna.
Okay, docket item 28, case CD BZA 2024-29. That's a request to approve a variance to a driveway width plus any other needed variances in an R7.5 zoning district. That's a residential zoning district on about 0.52 acres, generally located at 8301 Northeast 89th Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. I am promoting the applicant now. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular case to please raise their hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing. Seeing none, Mr. Chair, and Vincent has been connected.
Hello, Mr. Bonadonna. Need for you to swear you in. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I sure do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
Vincent Bonadonna.
Thank you very much, sir. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit to hear your case today. Do I have your permission to do that?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Those are admitted. One of those is a staff report from Ms. Stephanie Solidari, and she'll tell us about your case. Thank you.
All right, we got docket item number 28, City BCA 2024-29, located on 8301 Northeast 89th Street, zone R-7.5. And the homeowner is seeking a variance to the residential vehicular standards to allow for a wider driveway plus any other needed variances. So the subject site is located up north, just west of Liberty. So this is a subject site highlighted in yellow. And then here is the site plan. The driveway is about 33 feet wide. And this is what it looks like now. So this is a variance of 11 feet to the residential vehicular standards to permit a driveway width of 33 feet on the subject site. So the variation is 11 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated due to some of the neighbors obtain a wider driveway through a variance in the past on the same street. The difficulty could have been obviated had the homeowner gone through the proper permitting process. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Questions of Ms. Saldari?
Would our current driveway allowance allow a driveway that's the width of a 3-car garage, or?
The max width is 22 feet. So
I assume
yeah.
Okay. I mean, it looks like this one's a little wider than just for the 3 cars. There's some room on either side of it, but basically he would have needed a variance to cover the 3-car garage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or he does a smaller driveway entrance, then fans out like we've seen before.
Yes. So the here, let me share my screen again. So I believe when this development was originally built, you can see some of the driveways here. They're at 22 feet at the property line, and then they widen out for the 3-car garage. Since the 22 feet doesn't allow for the 3-car, but it's in compliance.
Okay.
So the 22 foot is for the width of the curb.
Yeah.
But it can be wider than that.
Yeah, after the property line, it can be widened out.
Okay.
Any other questions of staff? Mr. Bonadonna, tell us why we should approve your request.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time today. And I'll make this brief because I know we're running short on time. On our street, there's been a numerous amount of swimming pools that have been added. In the summertime, it gets very dangerous with the visitors that are coming to multiple houses on this street. I asked, for the safety reasons, to grant the additional length of the driveway on the curb side. By adding that extra, I believe it's approximately 7 feet, we're able to safely pull 2 additional cars, which makes a total of 9 cars that we could pull off the street. We do have a lot of young children that ride bicycles out there, and when cars are parked on both sides of the streets, it really makes it hard for visibility. And just to add, the driveway itself doesn't go beyond the 3rd-car garage. I think I heard, apologize for who I saw who had said that it is aligned with the house up towards the garage doors. It doesn't go beyond the house.
And sir, was this house built by you guys?
It was, yes.
All right. And how long ago was that built?
I believe approximately 4 or 5 years ago.
And Miss Stephanie, I'm coming back to you. Did they get a certificate of occupancy with that wide driveway? Or sir, maybe I should ask you that differently. Did you add the driveway later?
Yes, that was added later.
And when was that?
I believe that was approximately 2 years ago.
And why'd you widen it? Just curious.
At the time, everyone started putting their pools in, and I was trying to get room to be able to park cars up in the driveway.
And did you put in a pool?
I did, yes.
And did you get a permit for that?
Yes, I believe the contractor did. Yeah, because there was inspectors that came out.
Right. And then after that is when you decided to put in the wider driveway, after the
Correct.
pool.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, so this came in from I'm assuming a neighbor complaint and they were issued a zoning violation.
If you look at the photos of the property, you can even see, yeah, where the original driveway was, where it's a lot like the neighboring properties where it flares out at the curb. And it looks like you can see a few slabs of concrete that filled in the gaps to make it basically the width of the house, all the way to the curb. But yeah, it's just an observation I made.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we had similar cases like this.
Yes, I believe it was April. I had one of Vincent's neighbors, and then Connor had a second neighbor. So this will be the third case heard for this street, for the driveway variance.
Did the board approve the other two?
Yes.
I think we had one dissenting from Randy on both of those. Maybe. I know we had one from her on one of the cases. Mr. Bonadonna, I'm just one board member. We're seeing a lot of these driveway cases asking for forgiveness after the fact. I know it's expensive to put in. I know it's expensive to take out, but 1 or 2 feet, not so bad. 11 feet, you're asking for a lot of variance there, sir. And I'm in sympathy with what you're trying to do, but yeah. So that's my comment.
Stephanie, were the other variances that were granted in April, were they of similar size or were they a smaller size?
Slightly smaller. At least mine was 30 feet. I don't recall if Connor's case was also 30 feet, but they were all around the same width.
Okay, and this one's 33.
Yes.
Didn't really look out of place though.
Let's have the overhead picture one more time, Stephanie, so board members can look at the neighboring properties to get an idea, just to be sure.
You can see my slides. Perfect. Here we go. Yeah, so it's this one, and then I believe these are the other neighbors. 2 of them have sought the variance.
And a lot of neighbors have the correct width, as I see here, Ms. Saldari. With 3-car garages too. Yeah. All right. Board members, comments, questions, or motions? Anybody?
I'll make a motion. I mean, to me, it looks really wide from the front view, but from the overhead view, it doesn't look like it's that out of place for this particular neighborhood. So I'll move On docket item number 28, case number CDBZA 2024-29, that we grant the applicant's request in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second. Second.
Okay, thank you.
Gortz,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Opposed.
and Evans.
I reluctantly say aye, but you better tell your neighbors, Mr. Bonadonna. I'm just telling you. I'm really close to going nay, but aye. So the motion passes. Your motion is approved.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's time today.
Yep. Okay. We're at number 29, I think.
Correct. This is docket item 29, case CD BZA 2024-14. This is a request to appeal the denial of a certificate of legal nonconforming use on about 0.1 acres generally located at 1208 West 39th Street. And I am the staff planner associated with this case. I see the applicant in the lobby, so I am admitting her now. This is a reminder for anyone else who wants to provide public testimony on this particular case to please raise their hand in Zoom now so we can admit you into the public hearing.
Anyone else that you see out there?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay, great. Hello, Ms. Duma. Good afternoon to you. Microphone on, please. Microphone. Turn on your microphone. No, it's not. There you go. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. And your name for the court reporter?
Oh, sorry. I do. My name's Megan Duma.
Thank you. Part of your case today involves a series of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Do we have your permission? Actually, 1 to 12. Excuse me. 1 to 12. Do we have your permission to enter those?
Yeah.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by our staff, by Anna. Anna, please tell us about the case. And Anna, stand by just for a second. Mr. Duddy, if you give testimony, I'll have to swear you in. I don't think you were sworn in earlier. Thank you. Go ahead, Anna. Thank you. Mr. Duddy, did I swear you in earlier, Jim?
No, sir.
Here we go. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name again for the court reporter.
James Duddy.
Thank you, sir. And Anna, you're on for telling us about the case. Thank you.
Where's my phone? Here is my phone. Where's my phone?
I muted. My apologies.
It's okay.
The property in question is 1208 West 39th Street. The zoning district is B3-2, and the applicant is appealing city staff's determinations related to the denial of certificate of legal nonconforming use. The site in question is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri. More specifically, it is adjacent to 39th Street. If you are driving west on 39th Street towards KU Med, we've got Roanoke Road right here, and the site in question is highlighted in yellow. For those familiar, it is across the street from the Loretto Apartments, if I'm naming that correctly, and the business is the Machida Bagels. So this is the site, and the SGR in question is on the upper floor. So the CLMU denial, some key points I want to address: that a non-conforming use is a lawfully established use that is now prohibited from a policy or zoning code map amendment. That the zoning code also specifically tells us that any land may not be used for any other purpose other than one that is directly permitted or outlined in a subject zoning district. And an STR at the subject site was never permitted. So the CLNU application, there were some statements provided by the applicant that said that the reason why the property is non-conforming with the current ordinance is related to the density requirements that are now applicable to short-term rentals, which are in Chapter 56. And if the current, there's also a question within a CLNU application that talks about whether or not the use has been continuous or not, and that response was left blank. So to go back, the applicant, the property owner, applied for a certificate of legal non-conforming use for a short-term rental, and that was denied. Some more case history about the property in question is that, according to the application, a short-term rental started to operate at the location in 2017. Short-term rentals were not a specifically permitted use in the zoning and development code until 2018 when the ordinance was adopted. In the case where something is not specifically outlined in the code, city staff, we do an analysis when we connect that use to a use that is specifically permitted in the code. In this case, that would be considered a bed and breakfast or a hotel, and I will go into more of those details later. But continuing on the outline, as I mentioned, short-term rentals are adopted, permitted, listed as rules and regulations in 2018. And then that STR ordinance was effective in May of 2018. And the city staff received no application for a permit or to operate a short-term rental at that location. As we are all aware of, that in 2023, the rules and regulations regarding STRs regulated by the Zoning Development Code were repealed in 2023 and moved to Chapter 56. Then the application for the certificate of legal non-conforming use came in on November 11th of 2023 and denied in the early days of 2024. And the STR continues to be advertised, even though they do not have a STR permit. We can see some screenshots advertising for the business here. Some more key points is that the applicant identifies that the use would have been, it could have been classified as a hotel or a bed and breakfast pre the STR ordinance, and I'm going to explain why that cannot be. Of course, the use is also a restaurant with the residential living club, and long-term rentals are permitted. For a bed and breakfast, the site has to have a live-in property owner or manager. We have no proof that that exists or existed, and as well as a hotel, which can be permitted in the zoning district, I believe, but the specific use requirements and the definitions for a hotel tell us that it has to be a structure besides a detached house. That there's also different building code requirements for a hotel versus a residential living or STR, as well as code requirements for a hotel. And I'm confirmed with the health department that this has never been permitted as a hotel, and is not permitted as a hotel right now for further health department standards. There's also additional details where a hotel has to be even more guest rooms, it requires inspections and state lodging licenses, which we don't have proof of occurring for this particular property. Here's the site in question. A lot of these businesses have been converted from detached dwelling units. So to talk about my key points again, 88610 says that a non-conforming use is one that was lawfully established but is now prohibited. The land may not be used for anything specifically permitted in the Zoning and Development Code. Short-term rental at this location was never applied for, was never permitted or registered, so it was never a lawfully established use. Therefore, it cannot receive a certificate of legal non-conforming use because it was never legally established. STRs in the B3 zoning district were not permitted by right. You had to obtain that registration to operate one legally. And according to 88-575-09, an appeal may be sustained only if the BZA finds that the administrative official have erred. In this case, this is the zoning compliance city staff who do the analysis on certificate of legal non-conforming uses, which we do not believe they have erred for all the reasons I have previously stated. And, of course, the Board of Zoning Adjustment needs to consider the precedents that this decision would result in rewarding uses that were never legally established. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anna. Questions of staff on this request? Anybody?
Anna, had they been a legal non-conforming use as similar to a bed and breakfast prior to the short-term rental ordinance going into effect in 2018, would they have been required to then still apply for a short-term rental permit, or would they have been allowed to continue?
If they were a legally established bed and breakfast or received a certificate of legal non-conforming use for a bed and breakfast, they could continue to operate that way.
Okay.
Any other questions of staff? Ms. Duma, why should we grant your request today?
I have an administrative question for Miss Anna first. I believe my client should be raising his hand if Mr. Lucas Taylor's on. Can you just check for me quickly?
Yep, he just raised his hand and I just sent the promotion over to him.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, give me a second. Let me swear in Lucas. Thank you. Mr. Taylor, please turn on your microphone and camera. Thank you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name again for the court reporter.
Lucas Taylor, LucasTaylor.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Ms. Duma, go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Taylor purchased this property as an investment property. Mr. Taylor is an ex-police officer and he currently is a commercial pilot. He invested in this property and the people that he purchased it from were operating it as a short-term rental since late 2016. And I'm going to share my screen for a moment and just a little presentation here.
And when did he purchase that, Ms. Duma, by the way?
2016, is that right, Mr. Taylor, Lucas?
We purchased it in 2018. It had been operating as a short-term rental for years prior to that, though.
That's right.
And,
Yes.
and Ms. Duma, this exhibit will be number 13 and submitted. Go ahead.
And this exhibit also has excerpts from a legal brief. You guys know I love my legal briefs. I'm going to go over the main points of the legal brief verbally, but just so I have my cases in the record, I'd like to also admit that legal brief as exhibit 14.
Perfect, done.
And just for clarification, that should already be an exhibit attached to the case. So we just need to add this PowerPoint.
Okay. Yep. So this is the Meshuggah Bagel Company, and Mr. Taylor's Airbnb is on the top levels, and he bought it because it was a short-term rental. And the city staff's point that if it is not specifically allowed, it is excluded. I'd like to start with addressing that. This is important. Now, and this is something, a reminder, like with my case of 1704 Jefferson, they are making the same argument that if it wasn't specifically allowed, it was excluded. But Missouri case law states that that's not the case. And that's why Ms. Nanowski went into such detail about the similarities between a bed and breakfast and a hotel. So no zoning code can consist of every single use that you would ever have. At times, the economies change, what's offered as uses change, and like the advent of a short-term rental. The first time that they spoke about it whatsoever was in 2018 because it was a new thing. It was new to Kansas City. It was new to the world. And so the Missouri law looks at whether or not it would have been allowed in the area and the zone that it is based on similar things. So there's nothing more similar than a bed and breakfast or a hotel. It's somewhere kind of in the middle of those two, and a residence. It's probably in the middle of those three. That's what makes it a legal non-conforming use. This is zoned B32, okay? It's very well done. It actually was featured in the Kansas City Business Journal. Sorry, this is also part of the brief. This is just showing the bookings for this property back in 2016. So it's been operating since 2016, 2 years before the short-term rental legislation was passed. But so the purpose of the B3 community business, so you can have shopping centers, it's bigger than B1 or B2, and it does specifically allow for bed and breakfasts and hotels. Why that's important is because Missouri law looks at, well, would this have been allowed, would something similar have been allowed here? And that's what the legal brief discusses. And definitely a short-term rental would have been allowed. Even going so far as to when they did actually pass the 2018 ordinance, they didn't have any zoning provisions for business zone properties. You remember, it was just you had to get your administrative permit and that was it. Then you were good to go. So that's further evidence that this was this was accepted zoning for the business. Another really important point that I make in the legal brief is that Kansas City, Missouri in 2011 outlawed short-term rentals in residential zones, okay? They outlawed short-term rentals and any rentals under 30 days in residential zones. They weren't necessarily contemplating short-term rentals at that time, but that's the effect that they had. They did not make that same change for business or non-residential zones. That's further evidence that this was an acceptable use and zone for this property that's zone B3 and a use as a hotel, bed and breakfast / residence, short-term residence. Which is a mixture of these kind of three concepts is what STRs are. So they're trying to say that there was no legally established use because it didn't exist. Well, that's an impossibility because there will be things again in the future that are new uses like short-term rentals, and you can't cover everything. So when you can't, what makes sense? You look at what's similar, right? A hotel is similar, a bed and breakfast is similar. And so that's where we're at on the Missouri law and why it was a legally established use, just like 1704 Jefferson, before the 2018 ordinance. So I want to now have Mr. Taylor explain to you why he did not seek a 2018 short-term rental permit. So with your permission, Lucas, can you please explain to the board why you never got that 2018 permit?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we had purchased the property in 2018, and I never had the intention of being a short-term rental manager. It was purchased as an investment for my family so that we could put our kids through college eventually. And so when we purchased it, we had also hired a short-term rental property manager who had a lot of experience in Kansas City. And at the time, I believe was managing over 10 properties. And so this was somebody that was well-established in the industry, and we hired him to manage the short-term rentals that had already been established by the previous owner. I did my due diligence and I saw that there was on the city of Kansas City's website a short-term rental process for permitting. And I asked him, hey, do we need to do this? And he said, no, you are one of the few that doesn't because you're zoned in a business district. So we continued operating the Airbnb under the assumption that no permit was needed. After investing as much money in it as I did, I think it was $200 to get a permit. I wouldn't have cheaped out on getting a permit if I could have just applied. But it was the understanding that we didn't need one. So I had no incentive not to apply for it. It was my understanding from Ms. Duma that we could have got the permit very easily just with paying that administrative fee. So the reason we didn't is on the advice of our property manager who, we all have to trust in somebody when we are, running a business, trust in our resources. And that's what I did was I trusted in my short-term rental property manager, who I eventually did terminate. And now I'm running the Airbnb myself, just because of that mistake and others. And we want to be a good neighbor. And to our neighbors there. So running it ourselves, we're able to do that. And of note, you know, we've never had any law enforcement issues, any parties, anything like that at it. We believe that's a good fit for the neighborhood there because it brings guests into, you know, that are staying at KU Med, have families staying there and want to spend money in the neighborhood.
Mr. Taylor, have there ever been in the last 6 years any complaints whatsoever or letters sent regarding your short-term rental?
No, in fact, I talked to the neighbors and they enjoy meeting people from out of town. And one neighbor behind us has a tomato plant. And he lets the Airbnb guests come over and pick tomatoes. And it's a really great thing for the area.
Okay, so I'm going to screen share one more time. What Mr. Taylor said is that there was the general consensus basically in the short-term rental community for a long time between 2018 to when the law changed in 2023 that if you were zoned business that you didn't have to do anything. That coupled with the compliance, the enforcement being essentially zero during that time period. And the Kansas City, when our Kansas City auditor found that only 8% of all Airbnbs were actually licensed, and that was across the board, residential or non-residential, with that 2018 ordinance. Another client of mine, and I have his affidavit or the portion of it there, the full affidavit is submitted as an exhibit as part of the legal brief. But he was also told by city staff in 2021 that since his property was Zone B, a permit was not required, and that's why he didn't renew his permit. So this information has come to me by virtue of representing a lot of these folks that someone at city staff, and Jason remembers that it was a guy that had come out of retirement to help with the short-term rental enforcement efforts because they didn't have anybody, they didn't have enough staff members to do it at that time. So I share this just to kind of reiterate from another side that the information that Mr. Taylor got he wasn't the only person that got that information. It was kind of a widespread deal with the business zoned properties. And we also have a affidavit of his neighbor in support of him that's been submitted as an exhibit, Patrick Saylor, I believe his name is. And his affidavit, sorry to go back and forth, I just want you guys to see it, is right here. And he really kind of says why it should be allowed to continue. It's in an area where you're not impacting any residential neighbors. Right across the street is the Loretto at that big building on 39th Street. And his affidavit just shows kind of what kind of operation Mr. Taylor runs and why he should be allowed to continue it. The city's position that it wasn't legal because it wasn't addressed before is just incorrect. That's just an incorrect statement. When a law, that's what legally non-conforming uses are. You have a use, it gets outlawed, and now you get to continue that use because it wasn't outlawed before. Especially when you're looking at Missouri law and the likeness of a hotel or a bed and breakfast for this property that's zoned B32, that is allowed. So additionally, he's a good operator. He's been doing it for 6 years without complaints. He's got neighbor support. He's in a high traffic, business area, not impacting what I call your neighborhood culture of a waving over coffee. This is definitely one where, and we have established, and the city does not deny that the use has been going on since 2016. They said 2017, but it's in fact 2016. And so we have a continuous use. It's a short-term rental. It was legal, and the city erred in issuing him a certificate of legal non-conforming use. So I'd take questions from the board at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Duma. We get it. Mr. Taylor, who's on the second floor of that building?
So we have 2 apartments there. The ground floor is the bagel shop, and then we have a 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor, and then a 1-bedroom on the top floor. So there's 2 apartments there.
So are we just working on the one unit, Ms. Duma?
No, we're
on the top.
No, we're working on both of them. They're both.
Mr. Taylor, were they the ones on the second floor, the 3-story building? Has that been continuously used as a rental?
Correct. Both of them have.
A short-term rental.
Yeah, right. And what about the building to the east of you? It's like a real estate office. Are they STRs too?
That building was dilapidated for the last 5 years and it's recently been rehabbed. I haven't met that neighbor yet, and I don't know what the use is right now.
So you don't know whether the second and third floor of that building are STRs?
I know the plan at one time was to make them STRs, but I don't know if they actually are.
Board members, further questions of staff or Ms. Duma or Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I have a question of Ms. Duma or staff or someone. What is the current, refresh my memory, what is the current allowance for short-term rentals in B zones? They're not allowed?
Well, essentially, they've been banned entirely because of the 1,000 square foot radius. Like if you mapped them on a map, it covers essentially all of Kansas City, except areas that are quite dangerous.
Okay, so they're allowed, but with a 1,000-foot separation. Okay.
Yes. And yeah, but this one would not be allowed with this 1,000 square foot rule, or we would have just gone that route.
As one board member, I'm a little bit more sympathetic about this particular STR only because it's in the commercial, what I think is a commercial district, being right there on 39th Street, having the bagel shop underneath it, having a real estate office to the east of it. So to me, it seems more commercial than residential. It's not sitting on my street, NIMBY, not in my backyard. So, but again, what about Valentine? You hear anything from them, Megan or Ms. Duma?
No, we've had no objections. I mean, I didn't even reach out to Lucas's neighbors. They reached out to me and they showed up at the first hearing. I didn't know they were coming to support him. And Patrick submitted an affidavit and there were others. Steve Sharp was there. He's a friend of mine from high school. I just happenstantially, he owns property next to Lucas. They're all in support. And no one's showed up. No one's complained to me. To my knowledge, no one's missing this meeting and is upset about it. This has been going on for a long time without complaints. If they were going to complain about him, they would have done it by now.
Okay, thank you.
I think
members,
as one board member, I think with the key question of two key questions of did staff err and was it legally used prior and it seems like they would have needed a permit even if they were mistaken in that they would have needed a permit prior to the most recent STR ordinance. So it seems like a non-legal use prior to then. So those are my thoughts.
May I speak to that?
Go ahead.
So if you're feeling like they should have gotten that 2018 permit, that they definitely should have had that. They're legally non-conforming rights that they vest with the property when that use is established. So he put on that code of rights in 2016. Or that property put on that code of rights in 2016. Just because he didn't get a permit in 2018 doesn't take that code of rights off. It's vested then. And I get like it would have, trust me, Lucas would do anything to pay $200 for a B thing. He asked and he was told that it wasn't he didn't need it. And he's a straight shooter. I mean, ex-police officer, commercial jet pilot, like father. He's a great guy. He would have done it had he known anything about it.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused about, okay, in 2016, would we have considered them legal because they were enough like a bed and breakfast?
Yep, I'll touch base on that. So pre-2018, if someone would have come to us and said, hey, we want to do this use at this location, and short-term rentals are not specifically outlined in the zoning and development code, we relate it to the next most common use. In this case, it's either a bed and breakfast or a hotel. then that means they would have to follow those standards to become permitted. So at the time, what would it have taken to be proven as a bed and breakfast or a hotel? And we don't have any records that that approval occurred. Because, so for example, a bed and breakfast would have required an on-site manager, which we've been told, is not occurring because of the short-term rental aspects, as well as the hotel use. The health department would have required certain inspections or permits or licenses for it to operate that way. Also, the health department does not have record of that as well.
But we're not talking about what the health department would have done. We're talking about what zoning would have done. We're just thinking about zoning here and uses. We're not getting into whether or not we had to have fire sprinkles or not. And if the only difference is we'd have to have fire sprinkles, that's because there's a lot of people staying there. It's over 8 capacity. The Missouri law says if we don't have a use, it's like a use that could be zoned that. This could have been zoned as a hotel.
A zoning clearance letter still gets reviewed and approved when it goes through the health department for those proper licenses. So it is also connected to zoning about whether or not it was legally established as a hotel.
And it's not a hotel, it's a STR. It's I gotta get this in the record. It's a short-term rental, which is not a hotel and it's not a bed and breakfast. It's its own thing. And that's why Missouri law looks like, well, what's kind of similar and could it have been? Would it have been had they gone through the process? When it's something new that wasn't thought of before, and then a law comes and stops it, that's exactly what that's a legal non-conforming use. And the city also never prosecuted him, never sent him a letter, never told him to stop. So it was legal.
So Anna, if we deny this, what would the property owner be left with? Just renting those units out long term? I mean, it looks like a good location, good use, but city council passes these things and I don't know.
I mean, we do have full neighbor support. I mean, we got, you guys know what 39th Street is. I know y'all do. And, this Airbnb has been featured in Kansas City Business Journal for being one of the best, most well-run operations in Kansas City. This is not a one to shut down. Oh, and speaking to any precedent setting you guys are concerned about, it won't happen because the residentially zoned Airbnbs, none of them can apply for a certificate of legal non-conforming use unless they were operating prior to 2011 because they were banned in 2011. So you're not going to see a flood of these. And Lucas is my only client that I'll be doing this for. It's probably a tamer use than most uses on 39th Street.
Yeah, I think my opinion stems not from, the quality of the use or anything to that nature. It's just simply based off of whether or not I think staff was wrong when they issued the violation. And to answer that question, I don't necessarily think they were. Yeah. I think with these appeals, one thing to consider, and I don't know what the options are, is rather than accepting an appeal, if there's some other remediation that could resolve the issue other than that, I would be more amenable to that.
Do you mean like, if we only had one STR permit there and we did one long-term and one short-term, something like that?
Oh, I mean, I don't know what options there are to basically allow operating the STR through, I don't know if it would be a I don't know, a special use permit or some other means of getting this, or a rezoning or what have you.
It's not,
But
it's, as Anna pointed out, it's not big enough to be considered a hotel. It got to have 8 rooms to be a hotel. And it's not, it's too small to have a live-in resident. And the Meshuggah Bagel guys, they've been there a long time. There's nowhere to put a human body to watch over the STRs. It's too small of a space. So this guy bought this property, has been operating since 2016. It is a legal use that has been not abandoned. The 2023 laws made it illegal. And so they did get it wrong. I'm not saying they tried, they're bad, or they're not doing a good job and they don't work hard. I'm just saying they got this decision wrong. I think if Anna was running the whole system, we probably would never be in any of these messes. She's a very competent person.
And same for Mr. Duddy. I mean, he does a remarkable job for the city. I just see this being occupied and run as an STR, especially with your graphs on the money received. It was in continuous use. And I don't like to overturn things by the city, but I just feel like it's been an STR forever. So, and Mr. Taylor, through no fault of his own, would have gladly done the license had he known. And he tried, and they said, no, it's a business district. So I don't know. My board members make the motion, not me.
Yeah, for me, it's a hard one too, because it's did staff error in denying the legal non-conforming use. As it is written, no, they did not. But it is up into our own, or everyone's own interpretation of what the law says. Airbnb means air, bed, and breakfast. He's been operating as a bed and breakfast. Now, for state law, whatever, not state law, or codes or whatever, our definition of how a bed and breakfast means someone has to live in there. Well, how long has that code been in place where honestly you can't run a bed and breakfast with someone living there, in that case? And so it just goes to one of the issues that we have when council put these ordinances in place and don't really understand the full ramifications it has with investors when they come in and improve buildings, improve the aesthetics of our city, and make it to where we're more comparable to other cities, and being able to have businesses operating in some of our older buildings in our older districts. And so if this non-conforming use allows him to continue to operate, then I feel that it is necessary for him to have that and continue to run as a B&B. But I think just to, as code is written, find a way for there to be some solution for on-site management, if that's how our codes are written for B&B. Whether it be through the bagel shop as their on site, making one short-term rental, one long-term rental, maybe the 1-bedroom upstairs, or the long-term could be the on-site manager. I'm not sure. But the code is dated.
What to do, board members?
I'll make a motion. I mean, I don't know what's right. I mean, I think the right thing to do is allow this, but I don't know that the code allows us to, but I'll make a motion to grant the appeal and overturn the denial of the certificate of legal nonconforming use on docket number 29, case number CDBZA 2024-14.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Okay, Goritz,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Opposed.
Ebbets.
And I reluctantly agree with the motion, so the motion is passed as stated. You can keep your deal. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ms. Dillon.
Thank you very much, board.
Thank you.
Sure. Bye. Okay, again, ladies and gentlemen, I do have a hard stop at 1 o'clock. If you feel we could do one more case.
The next case is another appeal case.
You think we could pop to 32, because if the 31 is going to be an appeal case, that probably needs to move because that's going to be a longer case.
Although it's 31 is a temporary use permit, is this something that's time? Is this something that some festival coming up or some event coming up or
Nope.
no? Okay. What's in a temporary use permit?
So I can either do, we can try to start with 31, but really at 105, I'm going offline. So
Okay.
I think 32 might go quicker, but
Okay.
and then of course number 9 we're going to move to the July docket.
Okay.
So if we're going to move a couple, I'd say let's move 31 and 9 to the July docket, and let's try to hear 32. We should be able to do it, looks like, in about 15 minutes or so. Board members, you okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So first, let me entertain a motion to move dockets 31 and 9 to our July docket, July 10th docket with no fee. Somebody say yes. Somebody say
Yes.
motion that.
So moved. So moved.
Thank you. Do I need a second? Thank you.
Second.
Jens? Who seconded?
Maisha.
No, thank you, Maisha. Anna, you're offline.
Goritz,
Roll.
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
So those two are moved. Let's go to 32.
Case
Docket
32.
32, that
Yes,
is.
docket item 32, case CD BZA 2024-66. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill standards to allow for a driveway in the front yard plus any other needed variances on about 0.23 acres located at 4114 Scarrett Avenue. Stephanie Saldari, staff planner, attached to this case. This is a reminder for the applicant to please raise their hand now. And anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item, docket item number 32, to raise their hand so we can admit you into the public hearing. Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. Who do we have? Oh, Mr. Scots, give me a quick second here, sir. I'm having a problem with the attachment. Oh, staff report, got it. Now that's 33. Does everyone have 32 staff report? Just quick. Do you mind checking? When I open mine up, it says 33. Could be wrong. I'm trying. Zoom in.
I've got it.
Do you got it?
32's on there.
I've got Edgevale Road. All right. But you guys have it? Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Mr. Scots, please place your right hand and be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And turn up your microphone a bit, sir, and say, if you agree, say I do, and state your name for the court reporter.
I do.
And your name for the court reporter?
Lyndall Sconce.
Thank you, Mr. Scots. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. One of those is a report on your case from Miss Soldari. Stephanie, will you tell us about the case?
Yes. All right. We got docket item 32, CDBCA 2024-00066, located on 4114 Scarrett Avenue, zone R-5. And this is a variance to the infill vehicular standards to permit a driveway at the subject site. So the home is located just south of the river here. And highlighted in yellow is the home. So quick recap on infill. This applies to any neighborhoods annexed by a city before 1954. This has been effective since last January. And this is based on the context of the neighborhoods. So the lot and building standards and all that's based on the context. For the vehicular standards, so the context area is anything within 200 feet of the subject site on the same block face. Garages visible from the street shall be permitted only when 51% or more of the homes in the context area also have the same front-facing garage. And this is if there's an improved alley, then they can't have the driveway. And then the same 51% rule applies to the driveways. All right, so this is the context area of the home. There are 6 homes and only 3 have the front driveway. So they are at a 50%. This is the site plan. It's a 10-foot wide driveway and then 71 feet long to get to the backyard. And the variance is to the infill vehicular standards to permit a driveway in the front yard. This would be a complete deviation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since the proposed driveway does not comply with the infill vehicular standards or the context area. And the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stephanie. Board members, do we have questions of Stephanie?
What would the change in design be?
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, I was looking at my picture. Actually, I'm not quite sure because the other thing would just be street parking, which is what the purpose of the infill, to allow for more street parking, less curb cuts.
Okay, so there's no change in design that would allow the driveway somewhere else.
No, there's no back alley.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Scots, why should we approve your motion, your request today, sir?
Yes, my name's Lyndall Sconce, and I am the owner of 4114 Scarrett, along with my wife, Truk O, who originally applied for the permit. And we desired a driveway in order to alleviate the congestion on Scarrett Avenue due to on-street parking on both sides of the avenue that reduce the flow of traffic to a single lane in some places. And in addition, across the street from our property is an alley that accesses onto Scarrett Avenue that's frequently used by cars to access the avenue. And so over the years, we've experienced damage, theft, and vandalism of vehicles that were parked on the street. And so we wanted to get off the street with our parking. In addition, our home and yard are about 8 to 10 feet above the street level. So all materials, supplies, equipment have to be carried up and down steps, including my wife uses an e-bike to go to work in good weather. So it's a 65-pound bike that I have to carry up and down steps to the street level. And so for those reasons, we applied for the permit. Our drive that we proposed would be right alongside the driveway of our neighbor adjoining us to the east. And they've expressed no objection. They've expressed support for the project. I had one inquiry from a neighbor about the hearing sign, the posted notice, and they live on the corner, but they expressed support. And I've heard no objections from any neighbors to this plan.
Ms. Saldori, could you put back up the overhead with the X's and O's on it one more time?
Yeah,
Thank you.
here it is. It's been
So-
slightly shifted.
Yeah.
There we go.
The X's and O's means that.
So yeah, the O has the driveway, the X's don't have the
Oh, I
driveway.
see. And pre-infill, this would have been allowed, as I recall.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And so he's at, the infill requirements require 51%, but this is 50
Yes.
with 1%.
Yeah.
Sorry.
1% off, yes.
Thanks for sharing your screen, Stephanie.
Oh yeah, let me stop.
All right.
If we're ready, I can make a motion.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. On docket number 32, case number 65, I make a motion to approve the 1% variance for the infield vehicular standards to permit a driveway in the front yard. In
Second.
accordance to staff report, sorry.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran, I think, correct, Maggie?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Anna?
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Debbitts.
Aye. Your project is approved, Mr. Sconce. Good luck with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
And board members and staff, before we cut off, again, thank you so much for taking time out of your Friday to finish up these cases, and happy 4th of July, and I'll see you July 10th. Thank you.
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, and to everybody.
Happy Father's Day.
Bye, guys. See you.